I'd like to call to order the Middletown City Council meeting for Tuesday, April 19th, 2022. We'll start with a moment of meditation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the pledge sounds so much better with a full council chambers. Ms. Skank, will you please call the roll for us?
Mr. Farrell.
Here.
Ms. Nenny.
Here.
Mr. Moon.
Here.
Mr. Muterspaw.
Here.
Mayor Condrey.
Here. This evening we have two presentations to start the evening. The first is a proclamation honoring the life of William Kip Moore. I would ask that Mr. Moore's family come on up to the dais and I'll read this proclamation in his honor. So everyone can hear us. Whereas on April 2nd, 2022, William Kipling Moore passed on to eternal life, and his death leaves our community with deep sorrow. Kip Moore graduated from Middletown High School in 1981, and later from the University of Cincinnati with a degree in communications and theater arts. A talented singer and performer, Kip Moore has made countless local appearances. And whereas William Kip Moore was dedicated to the progress of our community. He served as a board member for Life Skills Schools, Rotary, NAACP, Midfest International, Middletown Lyric Theater, and Rising Phoenix. He has volunteered with the Memorial Day Parade and Entertainment, NAACP, Middletown City Schools, Keep Middletown Beautiful, the Salvation Army, the Performing Arts Academy, Elk Lodge number 456, the Second Ward Community Council, Cincinnati State Middletown, the Community Building Institute, and many local churches, including United Missionary Baptist, Tridestone Baptist, Mount Zion, Braille Boulevard, Bethel AME, and New Era Baptist. And whereas William Kip Moore was elected to Middletown City Council in 2005, and during his time on council, he served as vice mayor. Kip Moore resigned from City Council and returned to his love of singing and the arts. Kip Moore loved people and was a blessing to everyone he came into contact with. His love of community, volunteerism, and immense talent has positively impacted the city of Middletown and its citizens, and his spirit will continue to inspire us. Now, therefore, I, by the powers vested in me as mayor of the city of Middletown, on behalf of the city council, city staff, and citizens of our city, do hereby present this memorial proclamation to his beloved family, along with our sincere condolences. May you be consoled for your memories of his life, well lived, and his outstanding contributions. Do you want a photo? We have a second proclamation this evening, looking towards the future of our city, and this is for Arbor Day. Whereas Arbor Day was first observed in 1872 with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas from backyards to tropical rainforests, trees around the world are at hard work providing the necessities of life. Trees clean our air and water, provide habitat for wildlife, connect communities, and support our health and well-being. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. Trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. While most holidays celebrate something that has already happened and is worth remembering, Arbor Day represents a hope for the future. The simple act of planting a tree represents a belief that the tree will grow and provide us with clean air and water, cooling shade, habitat for wildlife, healthier communities, and endless natural beauty, all for a better tomorrow. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Condrey, Mayor of the City of Middletown, Ohio, do proclaim today, April 29th, as Arbor Day in the City of Middletown, and I urge all citizens to support efforts to protect our nature and our trees and urban forests, not just for the beauty they provide, but for the benefits they give our residents and community. Do we have representatives who want to come up? Our park board. So here's a big thanks to our park board for all that they do. Do we want to take a photo? Do you guys have something you want to say?
We actually have a presentation.
They have a presentation, even better. Let's
quick
get a
one.
photo first, that way we can get that part. You want to come in front of the... I'm going to hand this off to you guys and let you take away the presentation. What do you think?
Yeah, awesome. Okay, just real quick, we'll run through this.
It's kind of backwards.
I
There
don't
you go.
know which way to.
the audience.
Yeah, I know. I don't know who to look
I
at.
know.
Okay, so in general.
You can look this way. Just turn the mic towards you.
Okay, all right. So we'll make this pretty short and sweet. I am here with our park board chairman, Jerry Lewis, and our park board vice chairman, Steve Lewis, and Keep Middletown Beautiful executive director, Jeff Michelle. And we would like to thank you. We would like to thank the council and residents for participating in keeping the community's urban canopy growing and helping us achieve recognition as Tree City for the 15th year in a row and earning our 4th Growth Award. The signing and observance of our Arbor Day proclamation helps the community complete standard number 4 that is required to earn recognition as Tree City. As part of the standards activities, we will also be planting a donated tree for Arbor Day in memorial of our late park board chairman, Adam Johnson, on Saturday at noon near the Baker Bowl in Smith Park, and invite council, the mayor, and residents to attend. Throughout the year, we complete numerous activities and goals like this to help us continue this recognition. Last year, the city and park board, along with help from OKI Regional Council of Governments and Natorp's Landscape Supply, we hosted a fall tree giveaway that helped us earn our 4th Growth Award and celebrate Arbor Day and the community's urban forest. I'd like to invite Mr. Lewis up to speak a little bit more about the success of this tree giveaway.
Wherever you want to go.
My condolences to the Moore family. I was graduate with Kip and thought the world of him. And again, my condolences. As Allie mentioned, last fall we were able to provide a free trees for residents to help grow and strengthen our urban forestry on private lands. In the past years, efforts have been made to increase tree planting within public areas such as parks and right-of-ways to help combat canopy loss from emerald ash borer and general urban conditions. Moving forward, we wanted to expand this effort to encompass the lands within the city, not just public, but again, educate residents and the importance of a natural green canopy. Through the program, we were able to give away up to 138 trees, and that's pretty large for the first time ever doing it, and again, kudos to Allie for getting this together. This program helped the community as far as our Tree City USA recognition, earn our 4th Growth Award, which is very important to many of us, and get residents outdoors actively engaged in building and critical pieces of our city's infrastructure. At the time of the planting, these trees began providing numerous benefits to the community, and once mature will provide benefits such as reducing stormwater runoff, which all of us are seeing runoff this spring, and almost 59,000 gallons a year. The city's urban heat island by 2 to 9 degrees, meaning that should reduce the temperature. We used to have a tree nursery down at Smith Park, and we found that it was very, very maintenance oriented. We had to rely on volunteers to do that, so we felt the best bet was to go ahead, just take our tax dollars, let's buy the trees and get them out to the citizens. We hope to be able to do this program again, City Manager, and in future years to come. It was great to interact with and see numerous residents involved. We had a blast. A lot of people came down. The important thing was they got to come down. They got to see the city Public Works Department, meet some of these people who look like robots out on the street most of the time. They're human beings, and they want their town to look nice. We want to thank the residents of their involvement in sharing so many awesome photos with us and highlighting the giveaway. We also wanted to thank OKI Regional Council, which is a very important part of this, available the reservation website platform, and to help gathering Natorp's landscape supply. Natorp's, I would encourage you all, we love Burns, but Natorp's has also been very good to the city of Middletown. More details about the program and information about the community's urban forest are on the city's website, and we thank all of you.
Thank you very much for that effort. We're not quite done. Oh, great.
I'm Jeff Michel from Keep Middletown Beautiful, and this Saturday we will be doing our 33rd annual Earth Day in Middletown. We've done it for 52 years throughout the nation, so I think we're holding our own pretty good at 33 years. We are working anywhere in town that anyone wants to work. So if you call in or sign up online, I will match you with your specific neighborhood or an already figured out area that we're going to clean up in town. So if there's any painting of signs you want to do, picking up of trash, we'd be happy to have you come on board. So Keep Middletown Beautiful, look at the website. You could sign up on there. It's on the board, as you can see, and it's very easy. And then afterwards, we'll be doing a meal at New Ales from 11:30 until 1. That's brewery in town, free, and we will be preparing the food, and then come on by and have a bite to eat with us. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So they put the talker last. I apologize in advance. Along with Earth Day and Arbor Day celebration this Saturday, our community's park system hosts numerous special events and recreational activities throughout the year. We are really excited to see recreation programs take place and utilizing our parks this year, like the Steel City Shootout, which is lacrosse, I believe, this weekend at Smith Park. So it's going to be busy over there. Midway Baseball, Dreamcatchers Baseball, Pickleball, Say Soccer tournaments, and many, many others. We are also very excited that the community will have the available numerous activities and programs throughout the park, including, but not limited to, movies in the park, casting with a cop, the Ohio Balloon Challenge, National Night Out, many others, of course, are the staples, including the holiday parades, the 4th of July celebration, and Light Up Middletown. Our park system is a critical part of our city's infrastructure and provide many services and opportunities to our residents for an improved quality of life, including all of our kids. Gives them a place to feel safe and play this summer. Through the completion of the park's master plan last year, the full scope of our park system was acknowledged and identified. Many benefits were identified, such as over 50% of our communities having access to walk within 10 minutes to a park, as well as many other opportunities for improvement. The Park Board hopes that City Council will prioritize these opportunities for improvement and repair when considering funding allocations, and we encourage everyone to get out and get involved this year in many of the other activities happening in the parks to enjoy green space these parks offer. If you don't know where you fit, contact me because I can plug you in. Anyone that knows me knows I can volunteer you. We also welcome residents to come be a part of the city's monthly park board meetings where we discuss urban forestry topics like the tree giveaways, projects, and other parks and recreation topics. the second Monday of the month at 6:30 p.m. Please come get involved. Come hang out. We're a cool group. Thank you.
I heard a call to action from Jerry Lewis that said, get out and get involved, so I challenge you to be more involved than Mr. Kip Moore. Quite a challenge.
What a legacy.
Okay, next on the agenda is a public hearing this evening. Do we have a city staff member who plans to present that for us?
Yes.
James,
That kind of
turn your microphone around.
I love the fact that we had presenters in here that turned the microphone the other way because there were enough people in here to turn the microphone the other way. So let's make that a.
Do you want me to face them?
It's fine. I'm just commenting. That was unique and not normal, and I thought it was great.
Do I need to be sworn
We're
in?
ready. No.
Oh, okay.
Swearing in. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to present on a preliminary development plan and map amendment for the Hill subdivision, a request by applicant D.R. Horton on behalf of the property owner Oaks Community Church for a preliminary development plan and map amendment approval for a new subdivision that proposes 50 single-family homes with public streets. If approved as part of a plan development process, the property would be rezoned to PD, Plan Development District, to acknowledge there is a development plan associated with the property. The project will also require review by the Middletown City Council, which is you. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So a little bit about the history background. Middletown Regional Hospital was previously located on the site, but was demolished in 2008. As it stands now, the district zoning is still P&I, which is Public and Institutional District, which is the reason why it needs to be rezoned. Okay. Per the Middletown Development Code, the purpose of a planned development district is to provide an opportunity for creative and flexible land development where a base zoning district will not accommodate the proposed development, but where such development will further the purpose of this code and the goals and policies of the master plan. The planned development district is designed to allow for deviations from certain zoning standards that would otherwise apply if not contrary to the general spirit and intent of the Middletown Development Code. Per the applicant, the proposed homes will feature hardy board with the option of low brick. The homes are proposed to be between 1,450 and 2,600 square feet, two-story and one-story homes, and at a minimum will feature a three-bedroom, two-bathroom. Many of the homes will be four-bedroom, two-and-a-half-bath. The proposed materials will exceed the Middletown Development Code requirement. The starting price for each home will be in the low 300s and will go up to the mid to upper 300,000s. The applicant intends to offer a mix of slabs and basements, which will also impact that range of pricing. Per the Middletown Development Code, Table 1226-1, public notice was provided to all property owners within 200 feet of the property. All letters and emails were forwarded to both the Planning Commission and City Council. Next slide. This has received preliminary development plan approval from the Planning Commission with certain recommendations. The Planning Commission at the regular meeting held on March 9th, 2022, voted to recommend approval to the City Council for the Hill preliminary development plan and map amendment for a new subdivision that proposes 50 single-family homes with public streets with the following conditions. Increasing the buffer to 75-foot buffer along Florence Street with at least 6-foot tall mature plantings and the mounding. Range-style homes be located along Florence Street. Homes be reviewed and approved by the Architecture Review Board prior to submittal of the final development plan. Next slide. Here is the development plan that was approved by Planning Commission. As you notice, the 75-foot buffer is on the left-hand side. That dark green bar is to illustrate the mature 6-foot tall trees. There's 50 homes and about 50-foot lots. Next slide. This is an elevation of what would appear to be on Florence Street. That includes both the buffer and the mound and the single-story homes. Next slide. Here's a wide variety of the illustrations provided by the applicant D.R. Horton. This shows hardy board Next slide. These are two properties that were at the Glen Mary Park development that in Pierce Township, Claremont County, Ohio, the D.R. Horton has already built, featuring the Hardy board. Here's another one, same area. Next slide. The 2005 Middletown Master Plan specifically designated the future land use of this property as mixed-use residential. The 2021 Comprehensive Land Use Map is consistent with the 2005 Land Use Map recommendations for the property. 2021 Comprehensive Plan requires primarily a mix of residential housing types that range from single-family to high-density multifamily, supports a range of housing styles and price points. Secondary uses include parks, recreational uses, and neighborhood churches and schools. Next slide. I'm going to read this verbatim. That's all right with you. The following criteria shall serve as conditions that should generally be satisfied before the approval of a PD preliminary development plan and zoning map amendment. The proposed development is consistent with the master plan, other adopted city plans, and the stated purposes of the Middletown Development Code. The proposed development is necessary or desirable because of changing conditions, new planning concepts, or other social or economic conditions. The proposed development will not be detrimental to present or potential surrounding uses, but will have a beneficial effect which could not be achieved as well as under other zoning districts. The proposed development will promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. The proposed development is not likely to result in significant adverse impacts upon the natural environment, including air, water, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, and vegetation, or such impacts will be substantially mitigated. And the preliminary development plan has been transmitted to all other agencies and departments charged with responsibility of review. That concludes my staff report. Do you have any questions?
Does council have any questions they want to ask at this time?
Yeah, I have a question. The number 50, why 50?
The applicant initially proposed 53 homes on this lot. Within the first planning commission meeting that happened on March 9th, they went from 53 to 50 to allow for the 75-foot buffer to be expanded.
Okay. Was there any thought given or in those conversations to dropping it in the low 40s or high 30s?
The applicant is here tonight, and he might be able to speak better to that.
Okay.
How wide are the roads in the neighborhood?
The applicant is here, and I believe he could speak better to that.
Brody, is it okay if we allow the developer to come, or the representative there?
Yeah, so typically how we would have this work is he would probably present first as the applicant as part of the public comments portion of the meeting or hearing.
Okay. So I think probably most of our questions, if we have any, if council has questions for city staff, like I do have one, I think, like the existing infrastructure in the area, can it handle a development of this density? And that might be a question for the guy up in the rafters.
He's coming. Check.
And then also, what is allowed in a P&I development in the city as it's currently zoned?
Public and institutional uses are uses such as hospitals, churches, other medical uses. Could be a mall. Not a mall. No. But hospitals, senior citizen living, certain things like that.
Okay. And what else of this development? Oh, did you want to say more to that, Deborah?
I was looking at this earlier. Other uses that would have...
get closer to
Yes, absolutely. Other uses that would have been appropriately zoned for this zoning district as it stands would be group homes, transitional housing. There were a lot of uses that could either be permitted with standards or as conditional uses in the district without a necessary rezoning. Office space, medical offices, any kind of school or religious place of worship, universities, any medical use, skilled nursing. Those are mainly the types of uses that would have been permitted in this public and institutional district.
Okay, thank you. And what else would need to come before council before this pushed forward? I know the Architectural Review Board would look over the housing designs. is anything else, would anything else come before council along the process of this development?
Just the final plat.
The final plat, okay. And that's it? Okay. Then I had a couple other before Mr. Tadish comes up, maybe. There's the quote, with the option for low brick. Who decides the option? Is that an option the agreement is given to the developer? How does the developer decide? Did they decide?
That'd be a better question.
Are they
Definitely.
pre-purchased? Pre-construction purchase?
The agreement, the Middletown Development Code doesn't require the low brick. We were told by the developer, rather than have vinyl, they would have hardy board, but they were going to offer as an upgrade option for low brick.
So these
It
would be pre-purchased homes, like pre-construction purchase?
And that's a question the developer would have to answer.
Okay. And then also, I get the 2005 master plan called for mixed-use residential. Mixed use meaning commercial and residential? Is that, can you help just define the mixed use and the
It did allow for both of those uses. The mixed-use residential it had a lot of language in it about transition and separation between residential and commercial uses. It allowed for single-family residency, but it also allowed for some commercial uses. And that's basically the same as the 2021 plan. We did, however, update the language as requested by City Council for the mixed-use residential moving forward to advocate for primarily single-family homes.
And that change has been made
To the comp plan, yeah, that you'll hear later on this evening.
comp plan.
Yes.
And then I just had the mix of slabs and basements, again, that probably will come back to if they're purchased pre-construction or not, how that's determined for those.
Yeah, we don't require a slab or a basement one way or the other, but the developer is apparently planning on offering both options.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else have a question for these two before Mr. Tadish comes up?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi.
Hello. Infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, the existing or the previous use there was really a large user as far as water, sewer, and even the road. So from that perspective, it's really not a significant impact to what's there.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense.
yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Scott, sorry, before you get too far away.
Your steps in.
As we talk a lot about sort of aging infrastructure and those sort of things, what concerns would we have in that neighborhood in terms of, some of the, obviously it's been a long time since that was a church and that infrastructure, some of it has needed improvement and so how does that affect?
I mean, I'm sure there's certainly water lines and sewer lines that need rehabbed in the area, just like in any of the older neighborhoods of Middletown. So this doesn't necessarily impact that from my perspective.
In terms of the age, if it's old, it's going to need to be replaced.
Right,
anyway?
right.
Okay.
So, okay.
I had one more question that's probably not for you, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
My question was, I think I heard that the designs exceed the current development code, but I thought that the frontage was much shorter than what is currently in the code, and is someone able to clarify that for me? No, the linear frontage along the road.
I'd be happy to do that. The residential zoning districts are broken down by density. So R1, R2, R3, R4. R4 is the highest residentially zoned district that we have.
Highest density?
Yes, excuse me, highest density. And they have the narrowest lot frontage. However, the rezone that you are reviewing tonight and approving is not to rezone it to a residential neighborhood. It's to rezone it as a planned development, and there is not a minimum requirement in that planned development. Whatever is amenable to Planning Commission and City Council as the best path forward for that subdivision is what can be processed through the planned development.
Okay, so what was the comment then that it exceeds the development code?
As far as the requirements for the square footage and the materials being used, not necessarily the lot design itself, because there isn't a requirement for the lot
Okay.
design in the plan development.
Okay, thank
And
you.
in R4, what
Yes.
is the highest density?
The-
What is the lowest density or highest density requirement? Like, what should
The minimum lot width in an R4 is 70 feet.
70?
Yes.
In an
that's
R4?
correct. Yes,
And that's the smallest lot that can be built on?
yes.
When we're talking about infill,
Well, infill construction is different because infill falls under the legal non-conforming chapter of the code, which states that if you already have a block that's built out, you can allow infill construction that doesn't necessarily meet the letter of the code for what would be required of new construction in that district if it weren't developed.
we have a minimum lot size for those? I thought that was 50.
It doesn't, actually. It just says as long as you can meet the minimum yard setback requirements to the maximum extent feasible, then in staff and the development administrator's opinion, if that lot can be used for inbuilt development, then it can be approved. There isn't a numerical number for how wide that lot has to be. If you wanted to build say a 25-foot wide house with 6 foot on either side, whatever the length of that would take to get 1,500 square feet, if the lot would take that, then you could do it according to the code as a legal non-conforming lot.
1,500 square feet is the minimum.
It is, but the code allows for a 10% administrative waiver that doesn't require review by planning commission or city council. It can be granted by staff. So a minimum 1,500 square feet with a 10% waiver would get you to 1,350.
I think all of this is really helpful to understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I guess, so when we talk about the side lots, I guess we need to have some clarification on a separate note about the side lot program and what our minimum lot widths are for that, because it sounds like there is no minimum for those.
There isn't. It would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis by development services to what the surrounding homes look like, what the lot sizes were, and what would fit as far as setbacks and infill on those individual lots. I can tell you that I have completed a draft of the side lot program update that was asked for by City Council, and it is with the law department right now for review before it's brought before you.
Okay. And then some of the infill neighborhood construction that we've seen, what are the typical lot sizes for that infill?
There are a lot of lot sizes between 40 feet and 70 feet that are...
40 being sort of the minimum you're seeing?
I would say 50 is probably the average on what we're seeing. There are some that are going to be outliers to that are larger or smaller depending on... There are some in Oakland that are as narrow as 20 or 25 feet, where we tore houses down in 2013. At this point, we would not allow those to be rebuilt as infill lots. If you had two together, you could consolidate and build a new infill house. But about 50 is the proverbial sweet spot of what we're looking for. Although depending on the house design, you could get as small as 40. It would be a tight fit with the setbacks, though.
Would you mind running through the requirements for the R4, which is the highest density, just as a baseline so that we're all familiar with where the highest density, single-family Middletown, what the requirements are for that?
Yeah, in what capacity? Lot width is a minimum of 70.
Setbacks.
The setback requirements for the R4 they're different for each type of density that you would have. Say a single family, you're looking at a 30-foot front setback and a 30-foot rear setback and a 6-foot setback on either side. All of those are also available for 10% administrative waivers if the design calls for it. Infill is a little bit different because the code doesn't require a vastly different setback than, say, the other neighboring houses are. If you have a block that's filled in and the setback for all of those houses is 20 feet, we're not going to force someone to have a 30-foot setback so that that house is out of alignment with the rest of the existing structures.
This is not considered infill, correct?
No, it's not. This is a planned development, which is an entirely new development.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I know we had at least one question for the developer themselves or a representative thereof, and that was if these would be purchased pre-construction or not, and if that is the factor that's going into some of the designs. Do we have anyone here representing the, okay.
As he comes down, I did want to make a comment that I have talked to our legal staff, and I do probably have a conflict of interest, so I will not be participating in the discussion or voting on the contract. So I just wanted to share that.
Hi.
Hello.
Mayor, council members, thank you. I have a few comments I'd like to make, but I'm happy to do it however you like. Answer your question and then make these comments if I may,
Yeah.
or make them first, however you would like to
I
proceed.
mean, I guess it's a pretty simple first one. Are they planned to be bought pre-construction or not?
Not at this time. We always make that decision based upon the market. Currently, we are building them, getting them to a certain stage of the construction process, and then selling them. So you had that question about the low brick. We refer to it as a water table, being an option. We intend to put that on all the homes. What we're shown in those renderings is hardy board, and then that water table, which is some brick, mostly stone. Yeah.
Yeah, if you'd like to present the comments that you have.
Sure. I appreciate staff's work on this. I'll try not to repeat the things that they said. I just would like to add a few things. Again, my name is Rob Smith. I am with D.R. Horton. If you're not familiar with us, we affectionately refer to ourselves as America's Builder. We're the largest home builder in the country. We're pretty new to Ohio. We've only been here a few years, but we have several communities in the greater Cincinnati and in the Miami Valley area, and as well as Columbus, Indianapolis. But yeah, this has been already a decently great process going into this. We've had 2 planning commission hearings that I think totaled over 5 hours, so that was some healthy discussion. And I joke, but I honestly think a sign of a healthy city is folks coming out and actually participating in the public process. So some people think, oh, you know, it's another city council hearing. I actually enjoy it. Call me crazy. So anyways, there's several things came out of those meetings that I think are worth pointing out. We have tried to be a good partner in hearing people's concerns. We've sat down with the residents of the historic district twice, along with the Oaks Church, and had 2, I think, good meetings with them. That's where the Hardy discussion came out. There was a pushback. People did not want vinyl. I think vinyl gets a bad rap. Not all vinyl is created equal. We actually build with a higher quality vinyl than a lot of our competitors. But that being said, we gave on that and we said we will build with hardy board. We have a very high quality fiber cement hardy material that actually comes with, I think, a 15-year warranty before it even needs to be painted. So it's a very quality product. We originally proposed a 20-foot buffer, as was discussed. We have increased that more than 3 times to 75 feet, which also includes a mounding in there. That artist rendering that was shown, I think, gives a pretty good perspective showing the street, the distance. That 75 feet doesn't even actually include the backyard setback. So when you actually factor in the backyard setback, the mound, the trees, I think the folks on Florence, you're going to be quite a ways away from our closest houses to the west side, the historic district. In order to accomplish that, we needed to reduce this down from 53 to 50. I was very clear to your question, council member. I was clear to the Planning Commission that is really as far down as we can go in terms of lots. When we try to make these numbers pencil, this is an expensive site to develop, more so than normal. And I can get into that a little bit, but just the previous use, what we've discovered in our geotech report, this is not going to be this is not just like a farm field that you go out and develop. There are added costs that come with that. So we are looking at 50 lots. Question that comes up often, and so I'll just get out ahead of it, is what we expect on the average sales price. Obviously, the market dictates that, and things can change for better or worse. Right now, in today's market, we would expect the average sales price in here to be in the mid 300s, even pushing up to 400,000. The average sales price in the city currently is less than half of that. So we are talking about a sizable jump in the average sales price in the city. I think there is a misconception perhaps among a lot of folks that think small lots equal cheap, and that is just not true. What we've seen in the market nationwide, really, in the Cincinnati area, has caught up in the last decade, is just that the market, we meet the market. We don't set the market. We can set the market a little bit, but we meet it far more. We do market studies, determine what buyers want, and the average lot size has been going down, not just in Middletown, not in Cincinnati, not in Ohio, nationwide, for quite a while now. Construction standards have gone up, amenities in the home have gone up, but average lot size has actually gone down. So, 70 feet 30 years ago, even 20 years ago, used to be kind of on the smaller side. Now 70 feet is considered large. I mean, I know we're talking about the historic district right next door, which is not the norm. It was never was and never is, never will be our intention to recreate what's there. That's just a gorgeous community, a jewel of the city. Nobody's going to come in and recreate that. To bring in a brand new home, brand new construction in today's pricing on a lot size like that, with a house that looked like that, you can go around and see some of these communities that are being built in Mason and Loveland and you name it. You're going to be looking at a home price in the $600,000-$700,000. That's just not supported in this market today. I can't read the future. Maybe it will one day. Right now, it's not. So we believe we're coming in here with pushing this price up quite a bit with what we are proposing. A few more comments, if I might. I think it's worth remembering that this used to be a hospital. I think that gets forgotten a little bit in the discussion sometimes. Up until about 12 years ago, this was a hospital, and it was a hospital for nearly a century. So we believe this is a far better use for this space, given what's around it. We believe we would be putting in a very quiet neighborhood, very little traffic. Concerns are made about the traffic. 50 homes. We did a traffic study. I believe it was supplied to your staff. If you've not seen that, it's at your disposal. The traffic impact is de minimis, especially with the gridded nature of these streets as they're laid out. The traffic study showed how the cars were dispersing, and I would venture to say most people won't notice much of a difference. They certainly won't be traveling through the existing streets. They'll be going north, south, and then out to 75 or toward downtown.
Who did the traffic study?
Choice One Engineering, and Nick Selhorst is here from Choice One Engineering.
It was your contracted through D.R. Horton?
Correct.
Okay.
And they are doing all of the civil engineering work on this site. So Nick is here to answer any of the technical questions. He's the smart one. So if you have any technical questions, he's happy to answer them. And I'm happy to answer any of your other questions. I just do want to say that we believe in Middletown. That's why we're standing here. I think Middletown has just tremendous potential, and excited for this community, and really believe that some of the changes that were made with this buffer, I think most folks honestly won't really notice much in terms, they may choose to walk on the sidewalks and walk their dog through the neighborhood, but if you don't, you might not really know it's there. It really will be a small impact. There's no reason anybody would cut through these streets. It wouldn't help you from a traffic standpoint. We really believe that this neighborhood will add to the city's growing potential and really be good for the city. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and again, happy to answer any of your questions.
Regarding the setbacks, since that's what we're talking about right now, and you said that people would be walking on a sidewalk. I don't believe there's an existing sidewalk on the Florence side there. Maybe there is. And there are a couple of cut-ins where roads.
I believe there is a sidewalk on Florence, yes.
Okay, so the sidewalk will be maintained there. And then I guess maybe this is a geotechnical question, but there's already quite a hill.
There is.
On the Florence side.
Yeah.
So is that existing hill going to be moved, or how does that how does
Nick,
that
why don't you
work?
come
I
speak
just- As I drive around the
that?
neighborhood, these are the things I think, like, so is it just gonna look exactly the same, but a row of trees at the top of that hill? Help me envision how that looks.
I'm going to let Nick speak to that.
Excuse me for a second.
Sure.
Can IT put that overhead subdivision or plat map back up for everybody to see? It'd be so much easier. There, right there. Just leave that up, please. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think you meant the other one. Did you, council member?
No, this one's fine.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you meant the
view.
The view, yeah. Nick, why don't you come speak to that? I believe we'll be building it up even higher. You're right, Vice Mayor. There is already a hill there, but we're going to be building it up to the point that is shown in that rendering. I made sure that, hey, I want this artistic rendering to be accurate. I don't want to show something that's not realistic. So make sure that the distance and the setback and the height are something that's realistic and what can actually be done. So come on up, Nick.
Good evening, Nick Selhorst with Choice One Engineering. As far as the grading along Florence, pretty much the whole site will be reshaped to fit the new road locations and make sure that those street grades match the city's standards. And there will be a significant mound there. The rendering showed 8 feet, but it could be higher. Like, that wasn't very steep to get it that high. And if there's a hill there now, it also kind of levels off. So the mound would actually go up and then down so that the house is kind of lower, as you can see on the rendering right now. I think it goes up and kind of stays up. But the whole site will be reshaped to fit what is being proposed. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then while we have you here, so that we can talk a little bit about the soil test reports, I know that was something that Planning Commission was very interested in knowing the answer to, and it sounds like you guys have some answers for us with that site.
Yeah, so the soil borings, the soil report were done by a geotechnical engineering company called S&ME, but I can speak to the results. So the findings of the borings and the report showed that the soils that overlay the site are good soils. They can be built on. Now, not all of them were compacted perfectly for a building to go on it or a road to go on it when the site was kind of demoed and reshaped and left in its current state, which isn't terribly surprising. To do structural fill requires a lot more effort, and you don't know the future use. So that the soils themselves are good, but they would need to be recompacted in the appropriate spots. For instance, there's areas that have 3 feet of that fill, and there's some that have more. So our grading will need to take the dirt out that isn't perfectly compacted, recompact it properly for your streets. If you have a lot that would be sitting on that fill that has a basement, and you dig down 10 feet, that will solve a lot of that problem too, because then it'll be resting on the good dirt, the native dirt, or even bedrock.
And you guys went down, so how far down did the testing go?
Borings went in depth pretty much till they hit rock, which varied from 6 to 19 feet deep or something like that.
Okay, so when they hit rock, we don't necessarily know what's underneath of the rock?
There's more rock. Yeah, the hospital would have been sitting on that bedrock, or maybe a utility was trenched through it, but I can't guarantee you this, but the bedrock is the bedrock, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And chemical testings, I know there was some concern from the neighborhood about the safety of the soil.
Yeah, so a lot was done when the hospital was demoed, and a lot of that was provided. The Ohio EPA gave a recommendation that the site was sufficient. However, we didn't just take that and trust it. We did what's called a phase 1 environmental study, and in the geotech did discover some potential issues that we are further studying. We think it's going to be fine, but the last thing we would ever do is move forward with the development that we didn't know that the environmental issue was taken care of. So we're going above and beyond what the Ohio EPA recommendation was to make sure that the soil is safe for redevelopment. And so far we're seeing that it looks like it is, but that studying is ongoing because, again, the last thing we would do is move forward without knowing that.
When do you think you would have some of those answers that you're looking for about the?
I believe in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah.
But maybe not before the next council meeting?
Like the final development plan?
No, just the environmental testing, the additional environmental testing.
When is the next council meeting?
2 weeks.
Oh, okay. It's possible. Yeah, I will make sure we get those answers as fast as possible. Yeah.
What's the planned linear frontage? Can you remind me? I don't see it on the development plan for some reason.
Like lot width,
Yeah, the lot width.
50 feet.
It is 50, okay.
It's on the bottom right of the, it's kind of small, sorry.
Yeah, the resolution is really bad in the packet version. Are we able to get a higher resolution version of that before we vote on this officially? Because I want to make sure I'm not missing a number in there that got hidden in pixels.
I actually got it from Deborah today. She sent, because I was the same way.
So, yeah, we'll get that to council, absolutely.
What's the width of the roads in this neighborhood?
We talked with staff, and so the right-of-way is 50 feet. That's pretty standard. So that's the right-of-way. The city standard, and Scott may shout from the gallery and correct me, I think is 28 feet. And I believe the city allows parking on both sides. We were proposing parking on one side with 28 feet, back to curb to back to curb.
So with 28 feet, according to the research I've done, that if there's parking on both sides, it's going to be within 9 inches of cars passing each other?
It makes for a very tight corridor, but that's actually a good thing on a local road. You want people to drive slowly. This is not an area where you want people to speed.
We are proposing parking on one side, the side opposite the fire hydrant. But to Nick's point, the only people that are going to be driving on this road are people that live here or people who are visiting. If you live around here, you will not save yourself any time by cutting through here. So studies show that the wider the road in residential streets, again, you wouldn't want this on a collector road. You got to move from point A to point B. But on a hyper local road such as this, where it's your last turn is into your driveway, narrow roads statistically show people drive slower and accidents are far less serious when they do happen. It's why the industry as a whole, not just us, the industry as a whole is sort of pushing nationwide for a little bit narrower residential roads like this. Again, not collector roads, just your last stop roads, because it makes for maximum safety for kids riding their bikes and things like that. People drive slower, and it ends up being safer roads. So.
And I do want to reiterate, we're not proposing anything different than the city's residential street standard.
Right.
Thank you. Any other questions from the developer? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one question, sorry. What percentage do you anticipate of homes having basements and slabs?
It's a good question.
And then the ratio of ranch homes versus 2 stories with basements included.
Yeah, that basement question will depend upon 2 factors that are kind of rolled into one. The grading plan and what that looks like. It'll probably be easier to get some slabs on the high side. Obviously, this slopes north to south. So our thought was to try to get a few slabs to attract some buyers that maybe wanted to age in place, as the saying goes, didn't want any stairs, that kind of a thing, on the north side, on the high side. However, from what we've seen in the geotechnical report, some of the fill that wasn't compacted that needs to be recompacted or can be moved and used as part of the buffer, it may be better for us to go heavier on basements. So my answer to that is I'm not exactly sure yet. I would say we would be going at least 51% basements, probably more like 75. That's a guess at this point, but we would be heavier on basements than slabs for sure.
Okay. And so if we're only going to allow parking on one side of the street, which with 28 feet, it's pretty much all you can do. With the density this neighborhood is, where are people going to park? have people over?
I believe there will be enough room on these streets to park. There will be, every home will have a 2-car garage, room enough of a setback to have, I mean, ideally people will park in their garage, but you could, if you had friends over, fit 2 cars in the driveway, in addition to street parking. So if you're having a Super Bowl party and having 20 people over, I think there will be room for that parking.
Okay. Is it, and this may be more of a question for Scott, but is it possible to get, and I don't even know that this might exist, but no parking on Sherman Avenue and Florence Road?
He's coming down.
Okay. If you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm also curious what the difference in the width of the roads are in this development compared to like, you know, say Orchard or, you know, seeing what's the street that it empties out into that dead ends into the park. I'm guessing that those are the same
So,
width roads.
Dever, or you might know Scott too, but what's the width on Elmo Place? Because Elmo is a 1-lane, you can only park on one side. And then we have Fleming, a part of Fleming is so tight when you drive, like I'm literally almost hitting mirrors.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that whole.
Aberdeen is another
Right.
one.
They're tight. I don't know the exact distance off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and look.
No,
I just might add, you'd have to have parking on one side. You wouldn't get a fire truck or a medic unit down the street with parking on both sides.
Is that 20 feet, Chief? That is necessary for an emergency?
Well, 20 to 25 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have some 2 stories and you'd have to set the jacks on the ladder truck, you'll need at least 25 feet.
Sorry, what's the width of the road?
28.
28? So the math is not working in my head.
The street's 28 feet wide.
But a car is definitely more than 3 feet wide, yeah?
I mean,
If the truck needs 25 feet, we have
6
3
feet
feet
on the
left for
truck.
the vehicles, and we're definitely not in Europe.
Right.
But we are proposing new construction. Old construction grandfathered in, understandably different. This is new construction. We should be abiding by updated regulations, just like if we were to put a restroom in the city building today, it has to be ADA accessible.
So 28 feet is the widely accepted minimum curb face-to-face neighborhood street width nationwide. Right. Well, I don't know the answer. I'm just, right.
So I also want to respectfully, we're going to have a public hearing, and I know this could get very out of control just with so many people. So we will ask whoever is at the dais, they're the individual speaking, and I want to hear from everyone. We'll just ask that everyone wait their comments until they're at the dais, and I appreciate it. Okay, so we were on the math of the street width. So, sorry, what, do we have any more details on that? I'm not an expert.
So let's start with this. So the no parking.
On Florence and Sherman?
We don't want, I personally don't want, if this is something that goes through, spill out to affect all the other streets.
Sure. As far,
Street parking on Florence, just on one side, or?
I don't think it's prohibited on either side.
No, one of them has, I believe, a sign somewhere. I don't know. Okay. But I wouldn't.
You have to take a look at it. I mean, yeah, I think to an extent we probably control whether we want parking there or not, but we'd have to take a closer look at it to confirm that. So.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be.
I mean, I know sometimes in developments like this, they have like a clubhouse, and the clubhouse has additional parking, and so if people have parties, they have their guests park at a clubhouse, but obviously we don't have anything like this. I mean, we do have the church parking lot up there, but no additional sort of parking amenity space. So.
What is the traditional width of the driveway? So we've got 50 feet of linear frontage. How much of that is the driveway?
16 feet.
Okay, that leaves 34 feet per house. If you're parking on one half of the street, that's 17 feet per house. And the average length of a car in the United States is 14.7 feet. So each car could only have one vehicle ever at any point parked outside of their home on the street to make this work with no visitors, 4-bedroom houses. And in America, we don't park in our garages as much as I wish we did that more. But we all know there are workshops. Just realistically, I'm trying to do the math. I feel like there's a lot of cars, and I don't feel like the structure has really lent itself to take that into account.
Is the parking an issue in the surround? Leave the historic district aside for a second, but to the south and east,
Are they
is
3
parking
four
an issue?
bedrooms?
I don't
have
know.
pads?
Yeah, that's
Some
it's
of
not
them.
that's
Are they
it's
all?
conforming to the neighborhood. Because the next street over, you have Orchard, and there's a lot of Cape Cods on that street. Just
And are the frontage of the lots the same?
a lot of them are about 55. Not okay.
Part of my hesitation about things right now, I've gone all over the map on this discussion. I know. I spoke with Zach at length about it to get, his feelings. I've spoken with a lot of community members. I worry about the value retention of the homes at that price point. I'm not sure that I don't know the market, but I God bless you if you can get that for those houses. That's great. I just don't know that I don't know, and you don't know either, right? The developers no one can guess that at this point. We do need to increase the income tax basis in our city, and homes of that price point are good for that. So that's, where I'm saying, hey, I get that, we need that. Does it need to be on this plot of land? I don't know if that's, if that's the right place for that. My other concern though is we have an R4 district. And this doesn't even conform to the 10% administrative waiver in our highest density district. So I get it's its own district because we're making a planned development out of it, but why would we then sacrifice the highest density, the regulations that we have in our highest density for an infill like this? That doesn't sit with me well. I don't get that, because if that's the case, then why don't we change all of our 4 to smaller, right? If we're saying that that's okay for a high density district, then is our ask really that we want that to happen in all high density areas in Middletown, and so do we really need to change our 4? And that's what's I'm just trying to think through the logic here and where we're going and what this ultimately means, because this would be a precedence that essentially says our 4 should really, what makes this different than our 4?
I guess that's why I was asking about the infill and sort of like what's the typical infill?
We can't hear you.
Yeah, your microphone, for some reason, you're sitting back, that's why I don't know what's picking up.
I'm short, I'm sorry.
I know, I'm always leaning forward.
I have to put my seat down. No, I think that's why I asked about the infill lot sizes, because it's not very often that we're taking a very urban site like this and putting single-family homes on it. So, I think what we have to do sometimes is look to the existing neighborhoods and the lot sizes there and the home sizes there, those that surround this development as well as those in other parts of town. So that's why I really questioned what kind of infill lot sizes are we building on in opportunities where existing neighborhoods have a lot that can be built on. And it sounded to me like, at least from Deborah's response to that those are somewhere in the 50 to 70 range.
Well, and I think an infill, though, is different. That's where,
right,
sure, we'd be happy to, put an extra house in one place.
That gives me an idea of what the lot sizes are in the other neighborhoods in town, right? Because if a home was being built as an infill in those neighborhoods, that's probably pretty typical to the neighborhood. But
I don't have I don't have all the data on that too.
I know a lot of cities have reduced their zoning down. You can call, R1 can mean something else in a different municipality. And so some have in their code a 50-foot lot. Middletown obviously does not, but some do.
Well, yeah, and respectfully, that's a conversation, for our city to have amongst ourselves. And
I'm
that's
curious
the
if
question I
Deborah could
had.
get us comps for other cities and what their highest density allowable lot sizes are before the next meeting. Maybe that's something that would be helpful to us, just so that we're understanding, is our 70-foot the standard, or is it something that, like, to your point, maybe needs to be updated? So I think
I would say it's the standard. If you look at the new residential areas going around Fairfield, Westchester, different places that are popping up like this, that looks about right. I mean, I'm in them every day. So, I mean, it looks about right. So I guess my question is, and this is, nobody's trying to beat you guys up, make that clear. You're doing your jobs. We get that. And our staff does a really good job. But, and I know this was put into place under the old administration. And you probably can't answer this, Paul, but maybe you can ask. Was the neighborhood and the community that lives around here in the historic district and all these people around here, were they consulted or talked to or asked before all this was put into place? Because to me, that's huge to seek community involvement. And this is what happens when you don't seek community involvement. So do you know if that?
I do not know.
Can anybody answer? I know everybody's gone from the previous regime.
I
Well,
think-
we have to.
Yeah, if
I think
people
the
want to
mayor made
mention
clear.
that in their public comments
Okay.
during the hearing, that's great. We're happy to hear that. But
Okay,
for now,
thank you,
we'll-
Mayor.
yeah.
So I was curious, and that, to me, that's important. So, because.
We did have 2 meetings with members, not everybody here attended.
Okay.
But we did have 2 meetings with local residents.
Just
when
out
those-
of curiosity, what was the turnout on those? Just out of curiosity.
Half dozen? No, I'm sorry, more than that. 10 dozen, yeah.
What organizations were you meeting with?
I'm sorry?
Specifically, was it the Highlands Historic District, or was it?
It was, I believe that.
How did you contact people?
Yeah, so the Oaks Church, prior to my involvement, had been talking with residents of the historic district. So that, I came kind of to a meeting that I was invited to between the church and members of the historic district, yes.
And that was after these plans had already sort of been developed, and you were asking the residents what they thought about the plans that were created?
Yes, the first meeting we went to, we had a concept. It was the 53 lots, and got their feedback. We had initially told them we were proposing vinyl, 53 lots, vinyl with a 20-foot buffer. And these changes that we talked about have come out of those discussions, with the Planning Commission, and that's where we are today. So it started, I can't speak to involvement prior to me being involved, but that was my first involvement before the first Planning Commission meeting. So we met before the first Planning Commission meeting and then between the two, between the first and second.
And how did the attendance vary from the first to second meeting?
In terms of numbers, I think they were pretty similar.
Same people?
Mostly. I think there were some that were there in first and not second and vice versa, but mostly the same, yeah.
Yeah. And do you know anything about how they were contacted or invited?
I believe that the church reached out to the historic district. I don't know the makeup of their structure of their board. I know they have an organized group of some kind. The church reached out to them, correct?
So you guys were not directly involved in reaching out to the members?
No, it's kind of always gone through the church.
To me, that would be the city's responsibility to reach out if they're going to plan a project and vote on a project. And that's just my opinion. It don't mean I'm right. But to me, if you're going to do something like this, the city should reach out to the neighborhoods and send a letter, send something, put something out on Facebook and say, this is what we're proposing. We're having a meeting. I don't even blame the church or the developers for that.
Is there a public
It's the city's
notice
failing.
requirement for planning commission? I don't believe so. I know there is for city council. Okay, so there was
Never
a
says
public
yes,
notice.
there is.
There was a public notice for the planning commission.
But to get to planning commission, this had to be in process.
Right.
Correct? I mean, this has to be you're not going to have a planning commission if you don't have a process. So my point was, when the process was started, and I know this is not anybody's fault, but when this was started, to me, community should be notified. Look, there's going to be a process in place. This is what we're looking at doing. And you can't do that with everything. And you're not going to connect with everybody. But we have upset residents in neighborhoods. And my point is, they feel they haven't been heard. And I guess we hear that at the public hearing. And I'm not pointing at you, Deborah. I know this was at city manager's level, so that's my issue with it. And I know I didn't know anything about this until it came as a council member. I didn't hear anything about it, and I read media, social media religiously, and I didn't see anything about this until it was already in play, I guess is my point.
Yep.
So if I lived there, I'd be like, why wasn't we told? So that's just what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, from a development services standpoint, the development code is specific as far as what legal notice requirement has to be sent out. Once we receive an application, we're required to notify the surrounding neighbors. We're required to run legal notice in the paper. We also post agendas on the city's website to let everyone know what meetings we're having, what cases are being heard, and what public hearings they can come and comment and be a part of. As far as any kind of legwork that was done for the site prior to us even receiving an application asking to develop this property, I honestly can't speak to that. The city doesn't have site control of the property. We don't own it, and so we weren't, at least in my part of this project, we were not the one that was advocating for this project. We're processing the application and putting it in front of the appropriate boards to receive either approval or denial as you see fit for the city.
No, you guys were just doing your job. That's the same as they're doing, so.
But that being said, I mean, we've got city-owned properties that we're talking about developing, and we hope that, I mean, obviously, we've got a great turnout of the neighborhood here, and there are city-owned sites that abut these neighborhoods too. So, you know, Councilman Muterspaw, to your point, I think that certainly when it comes to those sites, as we consider the a comprehensive plan tonight, we should certainly engage and understand what our residents want when we're developing our own sites with site control. And so I guess that's a little bit of the difference.
Yeah, I understand that.
So are we gonna put 2 signs at each entrance to talk for the neighborhood, or are there signs going up at all?
Do you mean like a permanent entry monument?
Good question, yes.
That is our intention, to have one on both sides.
What will that be made out of?
We are open to your feedback. I have a lot of examples we can provide. I think that's typically done as the final development plan, but I'm open to your feedback. We usually do some combination of brick, stone, artistic wood, something, 1, 2, combination of those 3.
Okay. So let me ask you this too. So are you familiar with Landon, the neighborhood / community?
Yes.
Okay, so in Landon.
Well, remind me where, I think
it's right outside of Mason.
Yes. That's
so in every cul-de-sac in Landon, or primarily every cul-de-sac, when you drive to the end of the street, they're very narrow streets like we're talking here. There is almost like a little parking buffer where there's generally 4 to 6 spaces. Okay, it helps with the overflow, so we avoid the issues that we're discussing right here, I think. Does that opportunity exist to put any sort of like a little parking spot here somewhere that says, okay?
There is the open space to the north where parking can take place. Part of the reason, I mean, this is a small site to begin with, and when you take in all of the green space and that added buffer, we don't have a lot of room to work with. I believe it was you, Mayor, who said we have to up the standards when we build new communities. And a good example of that is this retention pond that we'll be putting in. You look around here, when these neighborhoods were built, it wasn't the standard to put in a retention pond. That's now done for environmental purposes. Also, aesthetic is really kind of a byproduct, but it's done for environmental reasons. So you factor in the green space buffer that we're proposing, the pretty sizable retention pond, and then all of a sudden you're not left with a lot to work with. Yeah.
Let me add to that.
Yeah, please.
I used to live in Landon and one of the townhomes, and those were private streets, so they were definitely narrower. Right. Which is why there was no on-street parking on the streets I lived on that were private, so you kind of had to have those extra areas. So I don't know if that's a straight apples to apples comparison with a public street.
Okay. I guess for me, density is the issue here for me. It sounds like potential for a little bit of unsafety as far as getting fire trucks down there and everything. If there was a way to make the road even, and this might be staff, like 1 foot wider, I think 1 foot, I don't really think 1 foot is going to increase people's speed. If so, could we put a speed limit sign on the outside? That's going to run you about $4,000, $150 every few years to keep up with it. But to me, I guess the solo lot that sits on the northern side of the neighborhood on the right side, that lot with one of the proposals that was given there was not originally going to be a house there. So to me, that would kind of be the perfect area for a parking lot, which I understand that you want 50 homes, but that could be a solution to, I think, the issue that a lot of us have. So 50 is a non-negotiable number for you, is that correct?
It's just, some of it depends upon what the things that we're still discovering and running our costs, but it's really, really tight.
So basically, you can have the green space or you can have the parking lot, correct?
Are you referring to the space in the north between the church and
Yeah,
the
I'm
road?
talking about overall that we discussed earlier.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so the green space, I mean, it's kind of a trade-off. The 70-foot lot was discussed, and I just wanted to, say that when you do a PD, it's kind of a trade-off kind of a thing. Like, you're getting smaller lot, but you're also getting something you wouldn't get with a straight zone, this 75-foot buffer. You all could approve R4 with homes fronting onto Florence if you wanted to, and that's obviously not what we're proposing here. So it's kind of a trade-off in terms of a straight zone.
I kind of want to just frame where we are, the decision we're making tonight, before we open the public hearing. So as I understand, and Bertie, can you maybe make sure I'm on the right page here? But this property current zoning is PI, Public and Institutional District. The request is to change it. So it does not currently allow for any residential. The request is to change it to a planned development district with this proposed plan in place. The Planning Commission, they have made a recommendation to council. It is ultimately council's decision as to whether to approve this or not, but the Planning Commission's recommendation is to approve it. And, council is charged with balancing the interests of the property owner and the surrounding properties and asking if they've satisfied the 6 review criteria. And if you don't mind just flipping to that slide again one more time, that Mr. Metz very kindly read in detail. But the 6 criteria are A through F. There's a slide A through F on there. Yeah, that one. So these are the review criteria council is to be using for making our decision. And I just want to put that in context for everyone because it's easy to get kind of off the rails as to what we're even trying to discuss this evening. So these are the review criteria for this particular development, and tonight it will have a first reading of this after the public hearing, and in the May 3rd meeting will be the second reading, which will be the voting on it. So that's in 2 weeks. So tonight we have the discussions, we think about it in 2 weeks, and then we come back and vote for it. It's 2 weeks, right? Yes. Okay. Did you have anything to add on that process?
Just if I can quickly, Madam Mayor. I do want to say, and I think Deborah went through the permitted uses that are currently available to a P&I zone to district. So those would be, a property owner wouldn't really need to seek, they'd have to comply with zoning, building code and that sort of thing, but they would not have to seek approval from council. And I think it was a list of 15 or 20 different uses, I think group home, hospitals, medical offices, things like that, churches that she went through. So those would be permitted uses currently under the zoning code. This would essentially be an overlay on top of that zoning to allow the use that is presented before you on the PD preliminary development plan that's before you. So, we have looked quite extensively at the kind of the proposed map or plot of the proposed use for the development. That is really what is before you today. Are the houses generally in the right spot, the roads in the right spot? And then there would be a final development plan that would really drive in on some of the details that were asked tonight, for the signage and things like that. So that's really what you're looking at tonight is just, does it look like it's in the right spot? So yeah, but you explained it. You're really only considering those 6 factors. So you framed that perfectly.
Thanks. I may have talked to the lawyer first about it. That's how I got it right. Appreciate it. Okay, with that being said, does any council members have any more comments or questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, so again, I just ask that when you do come up to the dais and speak, that is the only person in the audience that's speaking, just out of respect for each other, and that we only have one person up at a time. And what's that?
Name and address.
Yes, and please state your name and address for the record. I'm confused by the hand that's being raised. Sorry, didn't mean to call you out. I just thought if there's a question about the logistics, great. We'll open the public hearing, and then we'll just have people, it's going to be a bit of a free fall respectfully, because we don't have another way of doing that for public hearings. So we'll just be cognizant of each other. Yeah, I'm sorry, we haven't opened it yet. Oh, I'm trying to lay the groundwork here, and I know everybody's eager. Okay, so with that, we're going to open the public hearing for any comments in support of the planned development. If you are in support of the planned development, please come up to the dais and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name's Eric Russell, 6682 Dickey Road, Middletown, Ohio. Was that all the information I'm supposed to provide? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So I am a pastor of the Oaks Community Church. I'm also a real estate agent with RE/MAX, so I have a little bit of a unique perspective on it all. And as a real estate agent, the challenge of working in Middletown has been having to deal with lower priced homes. So as an agent, you have to make up for that in volume of business. But then also just older homes as well, homes that have, asbestos, knob and tube wiring, other age factor challenges. And in terms of pricing, as an agent, I would love to see, homes that break through that $300,000 barrier. In fact, right now, if there's anybody in Middletown that would like to buy a $300,000 or greater home, you have a grand total of one choice right now in Middletown. There's only one home that's listed above the entire price from $300,000 to $1 billion. And that home is 4818 Central Avenue, Middletown, listed for $329,000. And so the difficulty for me as a real estate agent has been, this has been the first year where I've helped more people sell their homes in Middletown and buy homes outside of Middletown, because Middletown simply doesn't have the homes that my buyers are looking for. And in fact, that was true for me. In 2021, my wife and I decided that we wanted to sell our home here in Middletown and find something a little bit bigger and better, and we could not find what we wanted, so we ended up buying in Madison Township. And then a neighbor that had been 2 doors down from me on Fleming contacted me and did the same thing, and that's been kind of the story that I've had as a real estate agent. I've been slowly moving people outside of the city because the city does not have homes that represent what they're looking for as a buyer. And so that's enormously frustrating to me as a pastor who wants to try to be local, and as an agent that wants to see Middletown be a place where home values thrive and where you've got new homes coming here. So I think the prospect of 50 new homes at a higher average price than other homes relative to the community is a good step towards a new Middletown. And I also want to say that, the historic district, I'm sure, will point out the obvious fact that that these homes don't represent the historic district. But to that note, I would like to say that this community is not in the historic district. And furthermore, if you go to the north, the west, and the south sides of the historic district, the homes that we're proposing are twice as expensive as the average home price of all of the surrounding homes of the historic district. So in terms of a home value, there's really not anything better that we could do. And then lastly, just as a pastor, part of our decision-making process here is, in working with the builder, is this has to be both viable for them and for us. And so if they just are not going to make a profit, they're not going to want to build there. And at the same time, we have a responsibility to our church to not just give away that land. We have a responsibility, as a pastor, I have a responsibility to tell my church that we dealt with something that they own in a responsible way. And so if it's not viable for the builder and if it's not viable for us as a church, then Middletown's just going to have a giant 18-acre hole that's going to continue to remain there. And so we as a church are proposing something that we think is truly a best option for Middletown. We're not proposing a high-rise. We're not proposing a shopping center. We're not proposing a hospital. We're proposing homes that I think really, make the community shine and really bring up the average home price value in Middletown. And just personally, as a real estate agent, I would love to get a piece of 50 real estate homes, here in Middletown that are of that caliber. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in favor of the proposed development plan?
Dustin Hurley, 301 North Brio Boulevard. I am counsel for the church. I'm also a Middletonian, so I'm not just some out-of-town hired gun that's here to kind of convince you to approve a project that's not good for the city. I'm pretty involved in this community on a lot of different levels, and really do think that this project has the ability to solve a lot of problems that we've talked about in this community for a long time. So I'm going to talk about these, the housing problem first. I think you're aware of it, but I think it's worth repeating. I think this project checks all the boxes and solves some of those problems. And talk to you a little bit about some of the objections that I think you're going to hear. I think we've covered some of it, so I'll keep it brief. But, this project is not just about increasing tax revenue. It's not about a real estate transaction between the church and the developer. It's not about, in my opinion, not just about how it impacts the surrounding neighbors. I think it's bigger than that, because we have a legitimate housing problem in this community that we've talked about for at least 15 years. If you spend some time studying the different master studies and housing studies that we've done in this community, I think you'll find that there is a common denominator, which is housing can solve a lot of these problems, or at least be a significant element in solving a lot of these problems. Higher paying jobs, for example, is partially solved by housing. The ability for our employers to attract and retain top employees and top talent is solved by better housing. Part of the schools can be, or I should say, part of having better schools is having better housing options in our community. If you want to have a thriving downtown, if you want to have an economy that can support small business, having better housing options in our community helps accomplish those goals. The 2005 master plan, we talked a little bit about that. Talks about a balance of housing types. We need to have a step up in housing that's generally currently not available for younger families. one of the common themes that you'll see is we have a lot of starter homes in this community. People come here, they start to make a little bit of money, and they have no homes to move up to. So what do? They move out. They go to Mason, they go to Westchester, places like that. That has a real impact on our schools. That has a real impact on our ability for employers to retain employees. In the 2005 master plan, part of that was a detailed market study that was done in 2003. So an excerpt from that was Middletown has a limited capacity to absorb new developed residential areas. One of the things you'll probably hear, and I think you're well aware, is that this is one of the last pieces of land in the city that is able to be developed. There's not a lot of opportunity. And I think that's part of the reason why this project gets so much attention. But the reality is, as we've heard, this land could be a lot of other things other than single family high-end housing. It's not going to be a hospital. It's not going to be a park, which was discussed at one time. What we're proposing here is to use this land in what I think is the absolute best possible way, which is high-end single-family housing. Fast forward a little bit, 2016, you might remember the city manager was doing a lot of housing studies at that time. A lot of us were involved in that process. Out of that, we knew that there was, or that group concluded that there is an abundance of less competitive housing. So when we talk about, there's lots of starter homes, there's lots of smaller shotgun-style houses, things like that. We've known for a long time that we don't have a lot of nicer homes for people to move into. Again, discussions about the abundance of 1 and 2 bedroom housing and how do we replace them with new 3 and 4 bedroom homes. And you guys know how difficult the infill challenges are and how that barely moves the needle. You build one nice house here and there. It takes, the lifetime of all of us here to really move the needle. This is an opportunity to build brand new homes, and a lot of them. And then, of course, so that was 2016. Of course, the current master plan that's I think still in a draft format, but nearing the end of that phase, talks about we need to develop stock of next level housing, 3 or 4 bedrooms that are beyond starter houses. We need to build single family homes with a starting price point of at least $150,000. So the point is, these are problems that we've talked about in this community for at least 15 years. It's not just about a real estate transaction. It's not just about the aesthetics of the neighborhood and how does that impact the people that live across the street. This is about an opportunity that City Council has to solve a massive problem in this community that we've talked about for a long time. And when you look at your review criteria, which I think I'm glad that Madam Mayor brought this up because the city does not own this property. The city does not have absolute discretion to determine what happens here. This body has review criteria for a reason. And I think if you look through your review criteria and you look at the housing issues that we've had in this community that we've talked about for a long time, there's a strong case to be made that this project checks all the boxes, or almost all the boxes. Certainly, council's had a lot of feedback from the community already, and it looks like you may be in for a long evening tonight. There was a Journal News article today. I mean, this is obviously on the radar of the public. And by the way, the Journal News article said that the church purchased the property for $2 million. That was false. I have no idea where that information came from. I just wanted to set that record straight. So, you're going to hear objections about traffic. I think the developer already said that the traffic study was done. Perhaps it's biased, I don't know. I mean, it was outsourced to a legitimate company. And as far as we can tell, there were really no significant impacts. And again, when we look at, okay, well, what are other developments that could happen on this property? If we go to, a group home or another hospital, things of that nature, I think that you're going to see significant worse traffic. And, the traffic, look, in reality, you're going to have a lot of people in this community that are going to be living there. These are people that are going to go out and go to the restaurants and go downtown, and these are people that are going to work in the schools and maybe work for the city and in Cleveland Cliffs and other large employers that we have. So, an increase in traffic alone is not necessarily a bad thing. Obviously, the density is a concern. Councilman Muterspaw made a great point that, the current R4 district talks about a 70-foot frontage. I don't know. Is that the modern standard? It seems like a lot of these newer neighborhoods certainly have more density than, a lot of the older neighborhoods that you see in Middletown. So, yes, these are 50-foot lots, and it does seem like a lot of houses to put on this land. But I don't think D.R. Horton would be here if they didn't think that there would be strong demand for these homes. Some of this density talk is, I think, a little bit of an outdated mentality. And, some of us don't want to live in a neighborhood where you feel like you have no privacy or you're right on top of your neighbors. But I think research shows that, a modern buyer is not as concerned about those things. And I don't think that D.R. Horton would come here and say, we're going to build this neighborhood that nobody's going to want to buy these homes because they're too close together. I think the reality is they are close together, but I think that it's consistent with modern neighborhoods and what the market is dictating. And these are going to be expensive homes. I mean, these people can go to Westchester and Mason and buy homes that are somewhat similar and comparable. And again, I don't think D.R. Horton's going to make these houses too close together and then they're not going to be competitive. I think their market data tells them that this density is sustainable and viable and there will be demand for these properties. I don't think they'd be this far along the process if these homes, nobody would want to live in them. And obviously, you'll hear objections about the historic nature of the homes. As you've heard already, I mean, these are going to be some of the nicest homes in the city, certainly nicer than a lot of the surrounding homes in the neighborhood. They're not going to be as nice as those, really beautiful historic homes that are across the street on Florence. This piece of land will never have $5 or $10 million homes on it. There's no scenario that any developer at any point in time would ever develop that type of neighborhood. So again, we look at what are the uses that could be there. We're not proposing hospital, things of that nature. Everyone agrees that single-family housing is a problem. Everyone agrees that this is one of the last pieces of land that's available for single-family housing. So I think we just have to get past this idea that, well, it's not a historic-looking neighborhood. And, I understand people don't want to look out their window and see houses or cars where right now they look out their window and see green space. I think the developer has done a lot to try to address that. You've heard all along, or you've heard a lot about the mounding and the landscaping and all of that. And I think, again, you're going to hear a lot of reasons why people think this neighborhood just doesn't look right. But I don't think you are going to hear a lot of compelling reasons why this neighborhood fails to meet the review criteria. And, that's really the point of this is council's not here to act in the best interest of the the church, the developer. Council's not here to act in the best interest of the historic district or the people on Florence or those few homes that surround this neighborhood. Council's here to act in the best interest of the entire city. And I think if you look at the review criteria, really everyone that's looked at it within the city staff, and this is it certainly has been in the pipeline for a while, but it's maintained consistent support from city staff from day one. And I think the reason for that is there's a lot of compelling arguments that this project satisfies the review criteria, and a lot of compelling arguments that this project satisfies the housing problem that we've talked about in this community for a long time. That's all I have.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments in favor of the proposed development plan?
Matt Salyer, 131 Eaton Drive. I live on, I'm a pastor at the church, one of the pastors, lead pastor actually. So I've been up here a couple times already with the Planning Commission, and I traffic in theology more than I traffic in talking about land development. But I really don't have anything new to say, although it's kind of new to you. I haven't spoken to you guys about it, but I appreciate your time. This commotion puts a pastor in a real pickle because, the last thing I want to do is cause controversy. But the reality is for us, when we purchased that land for far less money than what the Journal News put out there, I wish we had $2 million. We've always been trying to steward that land well from day one. We've been a church here. We planted here 15 years ago. And I think our record shows that we've served the city as best we can as originally we were a bunch of young kids and didn't know what we were doing. And to some degree, we still don't know what we're doing. But, we've learned some things. And I think I was even naive in this project because originally I felt like we were going to be the good guys. And I say that because, we were trying to steward that land and we thought, oh, we'll do something really neat for the neighborhood because we love the neighborhood and I live in the neighborhood. And then, so we kind of pursued a permaculture option, and we were going to, apply and get grant money for that, which would have been more money for us than this project. But because we've always wanted to maintain a relationship with what feels like a very changing administration, at that time, they said, please don't do that. Develop homes on it. And I think that that's where, the church, we feel shackled a little bit, because we're like, well, I understand that it didn't make our neighbors happy, but we were simply trying to, do the best we can to honor everybody in the process. And it's just not been a very easy thing to do. And I get that. Consensus is not really achievable anymore. But that has been our desire from day one. And so, although we didn't bring this particular, D.R. Horton brought this plan forward, but they've been great to work with, and we are interested in, and I certainly don't want to, as a pastor, I have zero interest, and it really bothers me, and it bothers the board of elders I know of the church that our physical neighbors right next door are upset. And I think it was Councilman Munisbally that you said that, you guys want to listen to people, and I appreciate that. And as much as it's been conflicting for us, there is some objectivity in me that's appreciates that you're willing to listen to all these people. But I think for our side of it, and we're really outmatched and outgunned here, but I think from our side of it, we're who's listening to us? At what point can we do something with our property? We're not trying to put a hot dog plant on it. And the energy, we end up having to put the energy and output into figuring out a solution. So we get told no once, and then we put all the energy in my staff that I'd really rather them not be putting the energy into this. I'd rather them put the energy into the other things that we do. And so if we get a no again, for us, it's going to be well, is somebody going to bring the energy to the table to help us solve the issue, So, that's where I'm at. But we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. I appreciate you guys sorry for the late night that you're going to have. And even if it doesn't, you know, and we trust, and I said this to the commission, planning commission, we fully submit to, if it is not in the best interest of the city, well, don't do it. But we exist in part for the good of the city, and I think it's been difficult for me and difficult for my wife, and it's been difficult for other elders. I think some of the strangest things have been said about us, none of which is true. And, you know, we're trying to think about the greater good, and you know, because it's like love thy neighbor, and it's like, well, who, and in this situation, it's like, well, is it, I can't make everybody happy. So I'm doing the best I can. I think everybody in our church is doing the best that they can, and I think, I hope to some degree, we understand that none of us can get everything that we want. So that's all. I appreciate you guys. Thanks. Unless you have questions in terms of not land development, but church. You have questions about Jesus? I mean, I'm happy to discuss that.
I think we all have those questions. Save that for another public hearing, perhaps.
I'll keep you up really late.
Thank you for everything you guys are doing. Appreciate it. Any other comments in favor of the plan? Okay, seeing no movement, we'll open the floor to any comments in opposition. And just come on up. We'll just kind of respectfully respect each other's movements and read each other. And remember to state your name and address for the record.
Okay, I'm Rachel Rutherford, and I live at 1 McKnight Drive. Thank you, council members and Madam Mayor, for hearing me out on this. And I want to thank the Oaks, too. I don't want them to ever think that we are coming against them. I'm their neighbor. And you know what? They have allowed us to come up on their property. My children and I, we went sledding, we watched fireworks. I love living next to them. I've lived almost 3 years there. My husband and I have been restoring our 1930 English tutor. I love Middletown and I love our community. And so I'm very passionate about this. Once I found out about the plan. So I'm going to kind of backtrack just because there were some questions on how we found out. I'm also part of the Highlands Historical District, and I'm newly vice president. Woohoo, yay, for me. So anyways, I had watched in 2021, crazy, I watched the council YouTube just to kind of figure out what was happening. During this time, I saw the strategic plan, and it was mentioned that the hospital land was thinking about being developed. That was new to me. Since it lives directly beside me, I was kind of concerned. So I reached out to the church to find out what was going on, and I spoke with Clay Davis. So let me raise this so I'm not leaning so much. During that time, they said that they were not interested in selling. You know, there had been some things happening, but they weren't under contract. The strategic plan, D.R. Horton, was mentioned. So I thought, well, that seems odd. There was a developer that was mentioned. So we kind of had a contact back and forth, just, you know, letting them know, hey, well, we want to know what's happening. And in December, we get a message, an email I did, that we should come to a meeting, that they have a potential contract that is going to be happening. And that's when we saw the plan. So during that time, they showed us the plan, and we were just, I think it was like 4 or 5 people that showed up. The Florence, you know, some that faced. And so we sat down, we went over the plan. There were 53 houses. I'm trying to remember. Vinyl siding was mentioned. We did ask, you know, hey, can we move some things around? And it didn't seem like, you know, they heard as much. Now, they did come back to the first planning commission meeting, and they did put the hardy siding on. So they did take the vinyl away and put that on. So then I think they felt like we were opposing them a bit. On that meeting, we came back, and we did have another meeting. I can't remember, I have it on a timeline here. And during that meeting, they did the buffer, and they did, I don't think they took away the 50 houses. They may have shown they took away the 53, I don't know, they had 50 houses. Anyways, so during that meeting, they took away the buffer, and they put the buffer in, they took away the vinyl siding, and they allowed the 50 houses. So that's where we are today. I've spoken with a few members here, and obviously I've passed out a few flyers, put a sign in my yard in regards to all of this. And I want to say that I never want the Oaks to think that we are coming against them. We know that they own this property, and we know that they have the right to develop this property. And we understand that we have beautiful historical homes, and they may not be able to match our homes. I mean, I understand that. I live, in one, and I understand the market right now. My sister's looking for a house. So we understand everything that's happening, but we want to be heard. And that's where I feel that we haven't been. He did take the vinyl siding away. He did do the buffer, and he did eliminate 3 houses. So I live right next to it. I already have an alley behind me, and I'm dealing with, I think, 7-10 cars that I have to back out. So now on this street, you're telling me with the 50 houses, how are school buses going to get through here? If fire trucks can't, how are we going to do school buses? I mean, so where is all this parking going to go? It will go on McKnight. Well, I have 4 kids. I have 1 alley, 4 kids that are going to be driving. Where are my children going to park once we put the subdivision up on the hill beside me? These are all things and valid questions that I believe the citizens have and should be heard. Yes, they have a right. Yes, they have a right to sell their property. But this is just the first person that they have reached out to that is willing to develop this land. If this is such a valuable piece of property, why are we not allowing other people to come in and show us what they could do with it? Why are we stuck on 50 properties on that hill? Another thing, I'm almost done. I came from a subdivision. I left my subdivision because investors were buying up the subdivisions and making them rental properties, American homes for rent. I left that subdivision because my value was tanking. So who's to say in 10 years or 5 years that this isn't going to happen? Look at the articles that are circulating all around Facebook and all over the internet right now about investors buying up properties. If the market should take a turn in 1 year and they go for $200,000, we don't know what the market's going to do. I know this is, volatile. We don't know. So I guess my thing would be, we really need to slow down and consider what we are going to impact the citizens of Middletown with. In 10 years, what will these houses look like? Because we have to live here. All these people don't live here. The Oaks does, I get it, but nobody else. D.R. Horton, he doesn't live here. We have to live here. And so I would like my community to stay beautiful. That's it. And my children to stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Carlson, 3204 Fleming Road. I'm a local attorney. My office is downtown. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Middletown. I'm a lifelong attendee of the Church of the Ascension right across the street. I am the corporate secretary of the Church of the Ascension. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes just about the history of this neighborhood, the Highland Heights Historic District. Many of my family members built these homes, okay? 200 Florence Street, right across the street. It's my great uncle Webb Sebald's house. 207 Highland Street, which is called the Castle. My grandparents, the Rathmans, built it. 16, the Alameda Circle. My great aunt Ruth Eleanor Rank Bender, her family built it. I know all of these houses. I know this neighborhood. I used to live on the Alameda for about a dozen years. You have a special neighborhood here. This is a jewel of the city of Middletown. You don't have many neighborhoods like this. You really don't. And this is something that should be cherished. This is something that you all should think about, because I'm 62 years old and I have looked at decisions that have been made here in the city of Middletown. I mean, you can go all the way back to the mall when we thought, that's when the city council thought that was going to be a wonderful idea. You could tell as soon as it was finished, it was a bad idea. My family owned the furniture store in the mall. Well, that went out of business pretty quickly after that. But you do have the power, as opposed to what you were just told that you really don't have any power. You do have the power. You are the city council, and you do have decision-making abilities here, and you should think about that. You have citizens here who care about the city of Middletown. I brought my law practice back to the city of Middletown. I bought an old building that was going to be demolished on Verity Parkway, and I rehabbed it because I cared enough about the city of Middletown to pour the money into the building. When the city of Middletown would not tear down the Schwinn shop, which was falling apart with the roof falling in, I bought it at the sheriff's sale just so I could demolish it because it was an eyesore for the city of Middletown. And I tried to get many people with the city of Middletown to do something about it. Well, it just wasn't on their radar. So I did something about it. And we all can do something about this. Think about this neighborhood. We have some beautiful homes here, beautiful architectural homes. And you're going to be putting in this neighborhood, which we've already established now, of 50 homes packed into this neighborhood. Basically, you're going to have 2 or 3 home designs. We all have seen what these neighborhoods look like. They all look alike. You know what the traffic's going to look like in here when these are all full. It's going to be jam-packed. Do we really want this here? And as we just heard from another resident, who else can develop this? Why don't we give it some time to see? That's all I think we should be looking at, that we don't have to rush into a decision and take a jewel of a neighborhood that you have and decrease its value and decrease its importance to the city of Middletown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim Pierce. I live at 2800 Superior Avenue, and I would like to ask you to put on the monitor the development plan, if you would, please. Okay. You see where...
You're going to have to stay by the microphone or no one's going to
you're
hear you
right.
later. Sorry.
Do you see where Superior Avenue is, where with the triangle? You see the triangle about in the upper center part on the left? The upper center part on the left?
Yeah, it's green.
Can you see that?
Or green, yeah.
Is anybody agreeing or not?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
Okay.
Why don't you go out there and touch it?
Thank you. You count the lots going south on Superior. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's my place. I have 371 linear feet facing 50-foot wide houses, backyards. The 4 houses that are on Florence Avenue, starting at the top, 1, 2, mine, 3, and 4 at the bottom, have a market value of approximately $1.6 million. You can Google that on Zillow.com, and I might be off by $100,000, but that's what those people are, and including me, are going to be looking at. And what I'm about to read, I sent to you all at 4 o'clock today. So I'm not going to read the definitions and numbers and all that. I'm just going to read the words. Now, the planning is the purpose. It says it's the purpose of this development code to promote, protect the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, general welfare of the people of the city of Middletown through the establishment of minimum regulations governing the development of subdivision, use of land, and further intent of these regulations is, and I'm going to tell you ones that I think are important. B, to encourage and facilitate orderly, efficient, and appropriate growth and development within the city. I think a key word there is appropriate. C, to preserve and enhance the character and quality of the neighborhoods. I think that fits. D, to establish appropriate development density and intensity to prevent or reduce congestion and to secure the economy and the cost of providing water, supplies, electricity, sewer systems, streets, highways, fire protection, schools, recreation facilities, and other governmental services. E, to conserve the value of buildings and land, to protect residential, commercial, office, and industrial areas alike from harmful encroachment by incompatible uses, and I think that fits, and to ensure that land allocated to a class of uses shall not be usurped by other inappropriate uses. Now, these are your words. These are the city's words. The city wrote these words. I'm only telling you what you have in front of you. And it said in the Middletown Journal newspaper article dated November the 12th, 2015, announcing that the Oaks Community Church acquisition of the Middletown Hospital site on Wednesday, the Middletown Planning Commission unanimously approved a conditional use permit to convert the medical building for a church and use the surrounding 23.2 acres for church-related uses. I find it really difficult to jump forward and see that church-related uses is a 50-unit subdivision. I don't think that has anything to do with church-related uses. And the development is required, these are things, again, your words, the city's words. The development is required to blend with the existing development of the neighborhoods. 50-foot wide lots cause numerous problems and are not in keeping with the development pattern of the neighborhood. Lots on Orchard Street, which is the street farthest to the right, are the narrowest in the neighborhood and are 70 feet wide. The minimum lot width for this infill should be at least 70 feet. The 50-foot lots also result in house models that do not meet minimum standards under section 21210. For comparison's sake, and I think this is really important because this is where we're at. For comparison's sake, the average lot size of the lot in the historical district is 21,500 square feet. That's the average of the lots. Okay? The predominant lot size in D.R. Horton's development plan is approximately 6,100 feet. 30 of the 53 lots are 50-foot lots. The average house size in the historical district is 2,492 square feet. The predominant house size in D.R. Horton is approximately 1,500 square feet. Furthermore, well, again, I already told you about that. It appears to me and others that I've talked to that members of the real estate community have had conversations with residents of the Highlands Historical District, telling them that D.R. Horton's proposed subdivision is comparable to Renaissance. Guys, I went to Renaissance. There is absolutely no comparison. My guess is that the Middletown real estate community misunderstood what they were told or were purposely misled by others. I don't know what the reason would be. If you click on the websites listed you will find that the Renaissance subdivision is far, far superior to D.R. Horton's proposal. There are no 50-foot wide lots in Renaissance, and the vast majority of the homes are in from $450,000 to $650,000 range. Please don't be fooled into thinking that D.R. Horton's proposal was appropriate to fit in the Highlands Historical District. We support the Oaks and their right to sell their property to a developer that reflects the characteristics and values of our neighborhood. Lastly, since 2008, there have been 4 deaths of residents from unknown reasons within the blocks, within 2 blocks of the subject property. Since 2009, there have been 4 deaths from cancer of residents within 2 blocks of the subject property. Barbara and I moved here in 2009. In 2012, Barbara was diagnosed with cancer. I was diagnosed with cancer in 2017. Our house faces the subject property within 100 feet. Since we are both health conscious and have regularly exercised for 30 years, we can't help feeling that the subject property bears responsibility for our cancer. We recognize that the property owners have produced a bona fide Phase 1 and Phase 2, done in 2007, that the EPA accepted the property as clean. It must be understood that the EPA came into existence nationally as 1970, and the Ohio EPA came into existence in 1972. Records on toxic waste were not strictly required until 1976. Prior to 1970, toxic waste was burned in a pit and buried in the ground. No records were kept. The Phase 1 and Phase 2 produced by the sellers are correct for 1970 to the present. We fear that if the 4 inches or more of dirt that the demolition team put over the surface of the property is disturbed, it will pollute the air with toxic waste and possibly kill us and others. For these reasons, I hope that you don't approve this thing, because it doesn't fit. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fred Gibson. I live at 403 Highland Street. Proud to be a member of the Highlands Historical District. I want to compliment all of you for listening to us and for some of the questions you asked the developer. If we get those questions answered, I think we'll all have a better feeling about this. I had my first experience up there was when they tore the hospital down. What a mess it was. Everything come rushing down from the hillside, and it stopped up all of the city drains. Flooded my basement out, flooded a lot of other basements out. So I worry a lot about, do we have the infrastructure to handle this type of development? Really and truly, this is not a community. It's more like patio homes. If I were promoting this, I would promote it as a patio home. That's pretty much what it is. It's not a home where you're going to raise 4 or 5 kids. You're not going to have the room. The house is not going to afford you the room. I had 2 girls, and I'm telling you, I didn't have enough room, and I had a house twice that size. So I don't know what's going to happen. But the storm sewers, it does worry me. I think it's going to create a problem for the city. And Lord knows we don't need any more of that. And now it shows that we're going to have one basin up there to catch the water coming down. Once you put the houses in there and you put the blacktop in there and the rooftops, where is all that water going to go? I own property at 2900 Sherman Avenue, which it might just come down and wash it away. I hope not. But that bothers me, that how are you going to hold all that water in one basin? I don't know. So my other thing I would say is a lot of other, I'll be repeating myself if I talk about some of the things I had down here. No need to do that. Jim covered it very well, and so did the first young lady. But I don't know who did the market study for them, but you can't go out to, you can't buy a home in Middletown for $300,000 and get very much. If you have a home in Middletown, you want to sell it for $300,000, it'll sell the next day. But if you go out to Renaissance, you're going to be looking at $450,000, $500,000, $600,000. So that is one thing. The other thing is it's been brought up about the fire trucks. I don't see how you're going to get fire trucks in there. Honestly, I don't. And sidewalks, are we going to have sidewalks on the east side and also on the west side, Florence? That is a racetrack. And if you add 50 more families in there with an average of 2 to 3 children going to school, that is going to be one dangerous area. Kids come from down Sherman Avenue. I live on the corner of Sherman and Highland, so I get to see, I have a pretty good view. And kids come down that hillside on skateboards. And so I saw the other day that they actually had a car was pulling them on a skateboard. So that entire area, if you add 50 more families in there, it's going to be a very dangerous area. And parking, I own a house at 504 Florence. Sometimes you got to go wiggle in and out to get up Florence, to go to Grand Avenue. So parking is going to be a huge problem, even on even on Florence Street, if they add that. So where's the school bus stop going to be? The kids going to have to come all the way down the hill to Sherman and over to Central? I don't know. Buses are not going to be able to get up in there very, very easily, I don't think. Especially, you can put up no parking signs. You can put 100 up there. I guarantee you people will still park out on the street. And if you have company, where are you going to park? You can only park one car. You can actually park 2 cars, I think, in the driveway you talked about tonight. Yeah, and most everyone has 2 cars. My garage is finally got it to where I can get 2 cars in it, but it took me about 30 years to get to that point. And I think you're going to find out the families that can afford and will buy these homes, they're going to have that garage. It'll be 5 years before they get that everything unstacked out of that garage. So parking is going to put us all at risk. It's going to put our children at risk. The children that live there, plus the children that live down on Highland, and the children that live on Florence, and the children that live on Orchard. I own property there at Orchard, 117 Orchard, 523 Orchard. It's going to go all the way out. It's going to bother the pattern of traffic completely out to Grand Avenue, in my opinion. So it's a speedway there. If you put 50 more families in there, it's going to be at even more of a speedway. Kids are going to be kids, and families are going to be families. You can put all the no parking signs. There's no parking signs now on the streets out there, but you can go by most any time. You can find some cars parked on the side there. Crosswalk to the park. There's a little park out there, right off of Sherman. Every kid that lives up in there is going to want to come down that hill and go over to the park. How are we going to control that? We better plan on it. We better make sure that we got a nice, big, wide walkway for them to ride their bikes across to go to that park over there, to go use the swings. There's not much there right now. They put 50 more families in there with another 150 to 200, 300 children. They're going to want to go someplace to play. And that's the only park in the area. So I think the church, I've worked in the church all my life, and I would never, ever take a vote against the church. But I believe this is not the right place for the proposed community that they're talking about building. So I would think if we get all the answers that are Madam Mayor and you council people have asked the developers tonight, if we get all those answered, we'll have probably a real good idea of what we should do about this. So I personally think you will think about it, think how it's going to affect all of us that already have our homes there and our stakeholders in the city. We love Middletown, and we love the church. We want it to do well. But this is not going to, it's going to hurt us. And nothing should happen that's going to hurt those that live around the church. Thank you.
That's kind of cool. It's like TV. Hi, everyone. My name's Kelly Michelle. I live at 200 Florence Street. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Mayor and the council, for asking thoughtful questions and hearing both sides. I think that's really important, and I respect that a lot. I'm going to be brief. I agree with everything that has been said in opposition. I am opposed to this development, but not 100% opposed to development. I do think we need to develop that land. I just think we have to find the right product. I am concerned about the density. I was one of the people with the Highlands Historic District that met with the church, and I want to thank the church for allowing us to meet and to try to understand what our needs were, what we were looking for. I did find them to try to listen, and we listened to them and their needs. We came to the table at both meetings with proposed communities that we've seen across Ohio and across the country, even some products that D.R. Horton makes themselves in other states that we thought would be a better fit. And it wasn't necessarily the church that said they weren't open to that. It was D.R. Horton basically saying it wouldn't be profitable for them. And that's how we got to the 50 properties. I think the narrow roads are a concern. If you look at our development, the initial Highlands Historic District, Highland Heights, and also Euclid Heights have very wide roads. I get that there's been safety studies done on more narrow roads and driving slower, but I think we have to give some legacy to the original planners of both of these communities and how much thought they put into these communities. I've heard it said several times tonight that the Highlands Historic District is a gem of Middletown, and I think we all want to preserve that. So I would propose that the narrow roads are really only about density. They can fit more houses if the roads are more narrow. And I think it really comes down to the number of homes. So that concerns me quite a bit. I'm also concerned about the buffer. I live directly across on Florence Street. We live right by that hill, Monica, that you were talking about. And I'm concerned that that hill might get tore down and then rebuilt back up. We already have a really great hill there. But at the same time, what does that really mean? And if you don't mind putting the rendering of the buffer back up, I think it warrants at least another look, because as a wife of a landscape architect, I can tell you right now, the trees are not to scale, at least not when they build it. I'm pretty sure they're not going to plant trees that tall. And it might be 30 years before the trees get that tall. So I think we all need to be mindful of what this buffer might look like. We also suggested in our meetings that they put up maybe a privacy fence that's uniform, so that we're not looking potentially at different fences on the backs of all of these properties in a non-uniform fashion. So we're proposing ideas to try to help this project move along. I just don't think D.R. Horton is willing to compromise if it's not profitable for them. And I don't blame them. It's a company, right? They're a for-profit company. My concern is not development. My concern is the project itself, and it might not be the right project for what we need on that hill. I think many of you who grew up here enjoyed that hill to watch the fireworks. It's the highest point, I think, in the city. It has the best views. Let's capitalize on that. Let's make it an addition to the gem that has already been described in our town. Let's not just plop a subdivision right down the middle of it. That's all I ask that you consider. And then lastly, I do just want to make a quick comment. We did not receive any notice from the city about this development. The only way we knew about it was through Rachel's communications with the church. So we didn't receive any formal notice. So I think it's important that if things are going to be happening, the surrounding neighbors should receive public notice. I think that's expected, so just wanted to put that out there. So thank you for listening. I really appreciate your time tonight, and I know you have a tough decision, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Do we have any more comments in opposition to the proposal?
May I stand? I can't walk hardly. I'm Mrs. Spears.
Hold on, I can get her a mic.
Okay.
I have a question for.
Hold on a moment. We need to get you a microphone so that it can be on the.
Please, I'm having trouble. I can't sit very long. Thank you. I have a question for D.R. Horton, if you will, please. Where are you? Over there?
The public hearing is for comments only, so you're welcome to make the comments, and then they can take that into consideration.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's about safety. And the study they did, the traffic study, there are a multitude, as Mr. Gibson said, and others, there are a multitude of children. I'm a nurturer. You know, we don't hurt our children. The children congregate there in the summer. It's beyond comprehension, the numbers and the things they do that they can get hurt without these additional homes in this traffic. They can get hurt, and I watch them. So anyway, the traffic study. What did D.R. Horton do to accommodate stop and go? This is children, we all are conditioned, red and green. Are there any stoplights? Is there anything that's been accommodated for children and adults who can't walk, who are in wheelchairs, etc.? With this huge traffic addition, we're looking at 50 houses. We're going to look at 2.5. This is how they do it in statistics. 2.5 children per house with two adults per house. That's a lot of cars in there, a lot of children, coupled with all the other additions like dogs, you know, and so forth, and company, and etc. What did D.R. Horton study, and what did they find to do to accommodate we people who will be in cars with our children, whose children will be on bicycles, they will be on their skateboards, with all these additional people, and this heavy traffic. It's already heavy. I mean, we police it out there. The hot rodders, we police that neighborhood as is. We don't want our children hurt or killed. We want the people who are in wheelchairs to be able to be accommodated, because everybody loves that neighborhood. Are there traffic lights in the future? Is Middletown going to provide traffic lights in different places or stop signs? Because, you know, it's not just about money and making, you know, tax dollars and all that. I understand Middletown. I love Middletown, and I'll help. But it's not about that. We're family oriented. It's a community church. Community. You take out the community, what do you have? You have a bunch of houses, density, on top of a hill with a lot of potential accidents and possibly losing lives, etc. Middletown needs to accommodate, if this is voted for, I hope it isn't, but if Middletown needs to provide some kind of safety for even Jim and I. You know, we're old now, but foremost the children, because we know about those children there. And if we lose just one child, what did we get? I mean, really, that's what it's about, is community and home and children and family.
Thank you. Can you state your name and address for the record? I'm not sure we got it when. Can you just state your name and address for the record? I don't remember if we.
My name is Barbara Pierce. I'm Jim Pierce's wife. My address is at 2800 Superior Avenue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Any other comments in opposition?
Just a few quick things. And can we bring back the plan view?
Can you state your
of this.
name and address?
Oh, I'm Marty Kohler, 508 South Main Street, sorry. Should know better. The process for this preliminary plan has been outlined. The developer has an application form that they submit to the city, and there's a checklist that lists all the required information, of which this plan is part of it. And then there are other things that they submit, like that buffer plan. And when you adopt this as legislation, that becomes binding on the approval of the rezoning. In this particular case, it's a required piece of information that you provide architectural plans. Those were provided. Typically, those should have gone to the board, the Architectural Review Board first. They would have reviewed it, made a recommendation to Planning Commission, and then that becomes part of your review tonight. But because that's being shown as part of this preliminary plan, if you adopt this, it becomes ordinance. So it's been said by staff that the plans meet the exterior material requirements, but there's about a dozen different criteria for the architectural plans. That's just one of them. And it fails to meet several other things. But once it's adopted as ordinance, that becomes the new standard, like 50-foot wide lots becomes the standard. So I have a concern that you're kind of getting the architectural plans out of order, or you may choose, because it says it would be not reviewed until the final development plan, that you simply make sure when you approve this, you're not approving those architectural drawings that are part of this package. Secondly, there's a requirement that a grading plan be submitted, and I haven't seen that. And for this particular site, I think it becomes critical. There's roughly a 70-foot or more elevation change between the church and Sherman Avenue. So that's a significant slope. And as you can see, we've got a couple east-west cross streets. When you grade for those cross streets, the sidewalk on one side of the street is the same elevation as the sidewalk on the other. In other words, the street doesn't tilt with the hillside going crossways. That's going to amplify that slope as you go down the hill. So front yards and backyards become increasingly steep because you have to terrace that hill. Also, coming down the road, we have 50-foot wide lots, 40-foot wide pads for houses. That's only 10 feet between houses. So between those level pads from one house to 10 feet to the next is about a 3 to 4 foot elevation change. My question is, how do you deal with storm drainage? That you're not flooding out people's basements, you don't have driveways that are pitched into garages and those types of things. And for that reason, typically when you have a topographically challenged site like this, you tend to go for lower density, not higher density, because of those challenges. So I just kind of bring that up to you. I also find it a little ironic. We require buffering between what we consider incompatible land uses. In this particular case, we're buffering single family to single family. To me, if this were designed properly, there should be no need for a buffer zone between those. Thank you.
Any other comments in opposition to the plan?
Steve Lewis, 4614 Wicklow Drive.
Can you say that again into the microphone?
Sorry, Steve Lewis, 4614 Wicklow Drive. A little tricky to come behind Marty, but these are just some observations from these meetings. I was under the impression when a council person would recuse themselves that they would be leaving the chamber. I would just ask for clarification on that. I know in years past that's occurred. That's just a...
I'll just, in this case, it's a public hearing and a public meeting, and so someone could be here as a citizen or a council member in that case. If it was an executive session, for example, that would be the case.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that accurate, Brody?
Yep, that's exactly right.
Thank you. at the same time, it's nice to hear D.R. Horton. After hearing the developer, and it got rather heated at the Planning Commission meeting, the second one, it was nice to hear a little bit softer tone from them. I emailed them and asked that maybe they take a step back. Things did get a little bit hot and heavy with that last meeting, but it was kind of thrown in our face that, we were lucky to have them in town and that they were the only ones that maybe could do something about this piece of ground. And I kind of watched the city or the planning commissioners, and I was kind of taken aback that nothing was really said back to them. I think what the neighborhood, and for your benefit, I'm kind of representing the ghetto of that neighborhood on Gladys Drive. It's off the map, but having grown up in that neighborhood, have a lot of fond memories, know the area very, very well, probably more than what people want to know. A lot of nice swimming pools back there at midnight. But with looking at each street that surrounds it, it's a unique neighborhood with 70-foot lots, Gladys Drive, Florence. And I said it once before, the folks that are in the historical district, if that's what they want to, they want to live in that type of setting, that's their business. There's more to this than just them. And they've been very well represented. It's not all about them. We are encouraging that the land gets developed. But there's been a little bit of mixed signal here of, this is really just kind of another piece of ground. But I can't help but feel that, Horton is looking at coattailing off this neighborhood. And to me, why wouldn't you want to apply the model that's working in there? And that is bigger lots than 50 foot, larger homes, brick homes. And it just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to fit the model that's already working there. There is a huge, and I think some of you have already learned this from several meetings ago, being downtown, that there are people all over the country looking for these homes, coming in from all over different parts of the country to move there. It's really surprising to me that we just aren't taking a minute and we're just working with one developer. I don't see how anyone would do that in your own life. Wouldn't you get a couple different bids on something? And what was also kind of astounding to me was at the last planning mission, a very good friend of all of ours, and I'm going to point her out, Peggy Trimble, asked a very simple question of the group and asked who is here that is for this and who is here that is against it. I would say 90% of the room raised their hand and they were against it. Now, it's a simple survey. I'm not saying that's the way you go off of it. But then the Planning Commission does a 5-2 vote in favor of it. So as a taxpayer and as someone who relies on, the taxpayers kind of voicing their opinions and what's best, it kind of just flew in the face of common democracy. That was very obvious that this was not going through. And I'm not saying there can't be more discussion with it, but as we have talked in the past about boards and commissions, I would advise that maybe someone look into that a little bit and see where it was. Again, it was a very hot meeting. The new chair had just taken over the chair. There was a little bit of passion going on. But it was a little bit disappointing that we would see a 5-2 vote, and the optics were just not right. Something wasn't working. But I hope you take the time to think a little bit more about this. There were some really good presentations, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments in opposition? Okay, seeing no more movement, we will close the public hearing. Oh. It's okay. Okay. I take that back. We haven't closed it quite yet. Go ahead. Where'd you come from over there, man?
Okay, I was kind of mid-writing. Let's see.
Can you state your name and address for the...
Oh, yeah, I'm Jennifer Chen. My address is 23 Santa Fe Road. I want to, something that I think Marty Kohler said. I was talking with my husband about this last night. I hadn't been able to get plans. He knows these things like Marty does. I'd asked for them, and I haven't gotten them. All I could give him was what was in your packet, which is hard to see, but one of the comments that he made was, if you have to have a 75-foot buffer and a mound and trees, it's not right for the neighborhood. And he worked for Oxford for like 13 years, and they have a lot of historic preservation, strong historic preservation. So he's dealt with a lot of this kind of situation. Oops, that's not it. Sorry, like I said, I was mid. Okay. You've heard everybody here say over and over again that there's a problem with, we need to solve the problem of housing in Middletown. Let me take a second to figure out where I'm supposed to start with. Yeah, oh well. I've heard in the Planning Commission meetings, I've been listening to them, and they repeatedly said with frustration that they have no data, no direction on housing decisions. They're presented with apartment developments or this kind of development, and they don't know what the policy is. They don't know what the facts are. Do we have this kind of housing? Do we need more apartments of this size? I heard something about an apartment complex where they are mostly 1 and 2 bedroom, and yet someplace else I read that we need 3 or 4 bedroom apartments. But they didn't have that. Well, you have to think about, is this a good density for the area? And they really don't know, because council keeps punting housing down the road. And I think it's time to deal with it. And I think it's time to get staff and council and us, people, on the same page. The Planning Commission was saying that they're frustrated that staff keeps bringing projects that are a sharp disconnect from what they hear being said by council and in the community. I had more, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Any other comments in opposition? No. I wasn't trying to cut her off earlier, I just didn't see her. She's back over there now.
My name is Peggy Trimble. I live at 2701 McGee, and you'll have to pardon me, I have a touch of laryngitis, so this will be short. I just want to say that you all have very nicely covered all the issues and all the smaller questions about the details of this subdivision. You've covered the siding and the hardy board and the downsizing from 50 houses to 53 to 50, and the setback even from the road. But in my mind, I think I said I am in sight of this property. In my mind, it is the density. I think, you've covered all the small details, but you've hopefully not overlooked the fact that the density is something that doesn't go with any of the 4 sides of what's around it. To just plop a subdivision like this in the middle of that property and have it be so tight, it's not beneficial to the city. And I want to say that I don't think this is a neighborhood issue. I think this is a city issue. Because basically everyone in the city wants to know that if they have a new build coming into their area, that it will reflect their neighborhood, that it won't just be something that somebody wants to put in that isn't appropriate for that spot. So I'm asking you, please, to support your current residents, those in this neighborhood, and vote against this issue. Thank you.
Any other comments in opposition? Anyone in a place I can't see you? Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing. And I would also say we should probably take a recess. What do you think?
Yeah, yes.
Let's go ahead and take 7 minutes. So we'll come back at 20:17 or 8:17 p.m. For the record, it is after 8:17, so there he is. In the interest of time, let's get this going.
Can you take over the rest of the night?
Where'd Monica go?
She's in the gallery.
Get your Sunday best ready.
1 minute, 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, I think we all were. We walked it and all that, but I think, I don't know. I was gonna talk to Zach after work. I trust Zach.
All right.
All right, you need that. He really is. All right, see you, buddy. Great time to eat this, Mayor?
You can eat while we're going.
Did you not eat before this time?
I didn't get to.
I was able to eat before this time.
Okay, we can do this without eating, right?
Hey, Zach, that lender accepted the contract. We were talking.
Building.
Zach needs a water. Who else needs a water?
I brought one.
We're 3 minutes late. What's going on? Okay. Okay, got it. Is there some other staff
We'll read
member
the
who might be able to do? Okay.
Maybe I need to see if the church will have a meeting for the neighborhood.
All right, we're going to call back to order the council meeting. I don't have to do anything else official, do I? That's it, okay. We'll start with citizen comments next. We have 3 citizen comments this evening. Unlike the public hearing, citizen comments we have set to 3 minutes of speaking time. So if you can state your name and address for the record when you come up, we'd appreciate it and we'd love to hear from you. First is James Neely, followed by Jennifer Chen.
I don't think Mr. Neely stayed, or he did not return to council chambers within the time that we
Okay,
started.
if he returns before the end of citizen comments, lovely, okay. Ms. Chen, followed by Marty Kohler. Yes, oh, Ken Marty. Mr. Kohler, are you prepared to come on up? We would love to hear from you.
Marty Kohler, 508 South Main Street. Another word I forgot to say about the development. In cul-de-sacs, you have no on-street parking. So there's 11 lots that are the pie shape into the cul-de-sacs. They have no on-street parking for the other one. The other comment is on the comp plan. I looked at the online packet from the last meeting and this meeting and immediately noticed there's 10 pages shorter on the plan for what was in the packet for this meeting. 3 of those pages I accounted to, they dropped the development scenario for the Lincoln and the Roosevelt school sites. But the verbiage in the description still says attached single-family homes. And I still believe it was Planning Commission's intention to mean that those should be single-family detached units for those. So multifamily is still being proposed for both of those school sites. Also, I mean, there was another page that was intentionally left blank, and that was a difference. But there's an unaccounted for, I didn't read and compare side by side, but there's another 6 pages of stuff that has been deleted from the plan, and it'd be interesting to know what the nature of that is and why the modifications were made. Also, I noticed in the packet, the implementation plan, which was an appendix in the packet for 2 weeks ago, has been dropped from this packet, and was wondering if there was a reason for doing that. That's my questions.
Thank you. Is either Is Chen or James Neely available next? I don't know who Mr. Neely is, so I'm. Yeah. Okay, so Jennifer Chen, can you please come up? Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Chen, 23 Santa Fe Road. My 3 minutes. Okay, because he brought up the thing of what has changed, because we only had one day to look at it after it changed. I wanted to point out several things I've discovered, like the entire southern third of Middletown was classified as mixed residential by Ms. Combs, literally like, call it mixed residential, just like that, literally. It was entirely arbitrary, and I sent you proof. The concept plans were left in the comp plan by planning staff, ignoring clear, repeated, and clarified by Ms. Nenny instructions to remove them. The staff report states that the Planning Commission recommended the school in South Main infill be attached residential. No, they didn't. I've confirmed that with the Planning Commission chairman. I also found out, I think yesterday, that the definition of R4 in the development code has been changed without council approval, removing single family and leaving it reading, I think, as high density residential. And you wonder why we don't trust city staff. And to the plan, that change, they also changed the description of mixed residential, taking out high density multifamily and inserting, promoting detached single family, which goes a long way to avoid the nightmare scenarios for the residents of southern third of Middletown. But I don't think it's enough. The city people of Middletown deserve a real plan. This plan is not based on any data at all. There's no demographic data, unless they produced it for you. The housing data is from the 2016 housing study. The author of that study deemed that that was out of date as of 2018, so that's 3.5 years out of date, yet it was dropped into this plan as though time stood still. Most importantly, this plan contains no plan. It contains no plan to make it happen. The implementation guide is just a list of vague objectives in an Excel document. I don't know if that gives you enough guidance at all to make decisions about using our money and our neighborhoods. And you've told me you're too busy to think about this, but that's like looking down at the wheel of a bicycle and trying to get someplace. You're going to crash. You need to look ahead, and that's what a plan does. I urge you to table this. Have a work session with Planning Commission. Get up-to-date data. We have a census, housing study coming. I mean, this is a unique opportunity that you have as a commission because it's coming around right now, and you can set the tone for the next 20 years.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, I assume we still do not have a Mr. Neely. Okay, and we will move forward. Next, we have council comments. We'll start with Mr. Farrell.
Exciting night here tonight. First thing, just condolences. I know there was a bad crash on 75 today where some people unfortunately passed away between two semi-trucks between here and Monroe. So just condolences with them. I do want to mention one thing. I think it's pretty interesting. Right now, the primary vote for politics or state or national senator, I guess, is in 2 weeks. Mike Gibbons is worth between $83 million and $286 million. Jane Timken's household is worth more than $40 million. The Dolan family is the 54th richest family in the United States, and Josh Mandel made over $1 million in income last year. The last piece of competition to that is J.D. Vance. Whether you agree with his politics, whether you're Republican or Republican or Democrat, I think it's pretty cool to say that we have a person in contention with all these people. Somebody that grew up on the other side of the railroad tracks, somebody that's a Middletonian just like us. And that's not an endorsement anyway. I just think it's cool to say that you can come from anywhere, you can be anybody. I've heard him speak and met him before, and his IQ is probably a little bit higher than mine. But just the fact that you can come from anywhere and be anything and be in contention with these people that have done a lot of things with their lives, it's pretty cool. So it's just, I think it's something that my mom always told me growing up, and I've said it before, just you can do anything you want. And I think to have somebody from Middletown to compete with these people is pretty special. So that's it.
Thank you. Ms. Ninney.
Thank you. I know that the audience has cleared out a little bit here, but I will say that it is really nice to see so many people from Middletown who care so much about this city, and to have them come out and voice their concern about the city, to talk about how much they love it and how much they want to preserve it. And I think that is something of note. So I appreciate everybody who came out. I know it's not easy to get up and speak. It's not something that comes naturally to some people. So it takes a lot of nerve to get up and speak your truth. So I appreciate everybody who did that today, from both sides. And speaking of how much we love Middletown and preserving its beauty, I just want to encourage everyone who has the ability to get out on Saturday and help with the cleanup efforts for Arbor Day. If you can make it down to Smith Park, that's great. If you just want to take to your own neighborhood and clean up your own street or your own neighborhood, I think that's great too. Get the kids out and do something to beautify Middletown on Saturday. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moon.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to congratulate Nathan and Samantha on their pending promotions. We're certainly depending on you and know that we'll give you support in your new roles. Second, I just wanted to clarify, there was an article earlier this week about the pending fire levy.
They're having a hard time hearing you. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll
How's this?
surround you with microphones.
It's better. There was an article on the pending proposed fire levy. I wanted to provide some context because one of the alternatives listed in the staff memo was reducing public safety. And I think where that was coming from is that council for several years had pushed back saying, hey, we need all the alternatives, good, bad, and different. And staff had received some criticism that there weren't enough alternatives or creative alternatives. I don't think anybody past or present, pass or not pass, is considering cutting public safety. That was just one of the alternatives that was listed, even though it was never going to be considered or recommended. And I just want to get that out there for the public. That's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Buterspaw.
The Art Central Foundation, Thursday night at 7 at the Sorg, they're having an extraction video premiere, which is going to be pretty cool. They're going to kick off Earth Day with that, and that is music and a movie that they've put together, so encourage people to try to go to that Thursday night at the Sorg. Also, I just wanted to say, seeing a full council chambers is really cool, and it's good that we don't have an apathetic public and that people take the time to come out and talk about things that are important to them because they live here. And to see that, it's really special, even in controversial times, because for 30 years I'd come to these meetings, sometimes there'd be 3 or 4 people in the audience. So it's great to see over the last few years people getting involved when it comes to something that's important to them. Last, I just want to say, sometimes we ask questions up here, at least I can say for myself, about when staff is up here, and I want staff to know that we support you 100%. Sometimes we have to ask questions because that's what our community is asking us to ask you. And we can't really do it and discuss council business outside of that. So a lot of times we'll ask those questions when you're up here because that's what we've been asked by our community. I can tell you when I started here in 1990, we had 497 employees in this building. Now we have 300 and something, low 300 and something. And Mr. Palnick, I think at the thing we were at a couple months ago, said we should have 600. So that tells you how understaffed we are in the city and how underpaid and underappreciated our staff is. And I think I can speak for all of us when I say we all feel that way. So just hang tight. Hopefully help's coming, and we'll get some things corrected. I have faith that we will, but I just wanted the staff to know how much we appreciate them. And for Samantha and Nathan, congratulations as well. I think it's awesome that you guys are getting promoted. Nathan, we just met, but Samantha, we've known each other for a while, and I can't think of anybody more deserving. So congratulations to both of you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. And yeah, I didn't realize anyone had made a comment about the alternatives and public safety, but I completely agree with Mr. Moon, and I do appreciate alternatives.
I actually spoke up about that because the journal, and I think Rick was just talking about what Mr. Palanick had said in a meeting here, that was one of the alternatives, and I clearly said that's not an alternative.
So, but I appreciate the clarity, because I think in many ways alternatives, we need to see that is an alternative, because that helps us make the decision, and it's clear that if it's in the alternatives, that it's not the one that staff is recommending, right? So we have to understand that staff is choosing what's in the staff report because the alternatives are X, Y, and Z, right? Not necessarily good ones, which is why they have it in the staff report as the selected choice. So anyway, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Moon. Hey, opening day, coming to Middletown, 23 April. Midi baseball. You guys ready? Oh, yeah. That same day is also Middletown High School. They're doing a Walk for Hope, the Middletown Hope Squad. So that's to prevent youth suicide. It's not to prevent youth suicide prevention. It is to support youth suicide prevention. Let me get my words right there. It's from 6 to 9 p.m., and I believe it's going to be at the back of the high school. So really great event, really great cause. I also recommend people supporting that one. And I also wanted to give an update on boards. The Board of Health, and we spoke about recording our meetings, and they agreed that was good with them. I think Ms. Nenny also, the Architectural Review Board, did the same. Is that right? And the park and planning. Okay, so far we're 100% there. And
Airport said they'd welcome it as well.
Which was it?
Airport said they'd be happy to have it.
Airport Commission as well? Okay. Great, so I don't know if we have any left. Maybe, Amy, you could help us take a poll on that, but I think all the boards and commissions are good with recording, and I'm posting it up so that people can see what's going on and get a little bit more information about our boards and commissions. So.
Okay, great.
And that's all I had this evening. That brings us to Mr. Lawley.
Just want to give my condolences to the family of retired Fire Lieutenant Gary Myers. Gary spent 31 years with the department, and he passed away last Thursday night while he was cutting his grass, and he's retired for 2 years, and his services will be tomorrow at Baraka Church from 4 to 8. But Gary's a good friend of mine. Spent a lot of 31 years with him on the department, and he'll be missed. The only other thing I want to say is one thing I am going to do in regards to the Hills situation is I'm going to reach out to the church and the people in that area and try to have a meeting with them, hopefully Thursday, Friday night. And I just want to hear what their alternative is, what's acceptable to them. I understand planning commissions voted. This process has to take its course, but I do want to hear from them and just see what's acceptable to them. What is their vision of what would be acceptable to go there? And that might give us some clarity and make them understand that we truly do, want to listen to what they have to say. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Will you let us know when you have that scheduled in case any of us would be interested in attending as well? I know only 2 of us would be able to, but.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you. Oh, is that something that we can do?
Yeah.
Yes, if it's solely information gathering, that's an exception to the Open Meetings Act. So if you're all there, please don't discuss the business with each other,
right,
or really kind of publicly. If there's less than 2 of you, or if there's 2 or less of you, then there's obviously no issue. But yeah, it worries me, but not a lot.
We're very cognizant of that. I don't think any. Yeah. In fact, even information gathering meetings, we've often tried to restrict ourselves to 2, but I
appreciate that.
We'll make sure.
Thank you for the clarification.
That brings us to the consent agenda. Ms. Skank, will you please present that for us this evening?
For your consideration this evening, we have the approval of the City Council minutes of November 2nd, 2021. To receive and file the following Board and Commission minutes: the Airport Commission of January 24th and February 22nd, 2022, and the Board of Health of March 8th, 8th, 2022, to confirm the appointments of Nathan K. Hall to the position of Assistant City Manager in the City Manager's Office and Samantha Zimmerman to the position of Finance Director in the Department of Finance. And finally, Chelsea Spurlock to the position of Human Resources Specialist in the City Manager Department, Division of Human Resources.
So moved for adoption.
Second.
Ms. Skank, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
One item on the motion agenda tonight to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Granite Inliner to complete the rehabilitation of approximately 2,430 linear feet of the East Interceptor Sewer in an amount not to exceed $1,151,123.
So moved for adoption.
Second.
Yes, Council, this is much-needed work to repair a sewer line that has the serious potential of collapsing due to some deteriorating pipe. It is part of this consent decree that we made with the EPA requirement that we would repair so much of sewer line over a period of time. This will meet our need to do that.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Skank, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ready for legislation?
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd first like to start, we have 4 pieces of emergency legislation tonight, so I would ask for a motion to waive the charter requirements requiring a first and second reading prior to passage. That is for item number 1, which is ordinance number O 2022-33, item number 2, resolution number R 2022-11, item number 10, which is ordinance number O 2022-38, and item 11, which is ordinance number O 2022-40.
I move to waive the charter provision requiring reading on 2 separate days and to declare ordinance number O 2022-33, resolution R 2022-11, ordinance number O 2022-38, and ordinance number O 2022-40 to be an emergency measure and read one time only.
Second.
Yes, Council, this is,
One moment. We still got to just approve that these are emergency, and then we'll move on to the legislation item.
sorry. So I'm trying to hurry.
Eager. I like it. I like it.
No, I'm fast. I'm ready to go.
Above and beyond, right?
Right.
It's past time for getting home by dinner.
Not
Ms. Skank,
again.
will you call the roll on the emergency legislation, please?
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have Bertie present legislation or number 1, and then Chief
We'll
can
get to you.
explain to us what's going on with that one.
Gotta be faster, Amy. Come on, it's your fault.
So we'll first item for you all tonight is ordinance number O 2022-33, an ordinance establishing a procedure for and authorizing a contract with Software Solutions Incorporated for accounting and utility billing software and declaring an emergency.
So moved for adoption.
Second.
Now we're
Would you
up.
like to
Okay.
comment about this one?
Council, this is for SSI Corporation, who currently does our payroll software, to upgrade our financial accounting utility software so that we have better compatibility to make sure our software is compatible for the future. This software we're using right now is relatively older, and we run the risk of essentially the software crashing, collapsing, not working, and this will get us to a level where we're working in connection with our payroll and our software utility.
Now, will this upgrade the ability for tax preparers to file online? Is that not? This will not do that. This is finance. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not something that would affect that. Okay. I just had a citizen ask me about that. So I didn't.
Yeah, we had a little mixed results with that last year with the online tax filing, so I'm not sure what
that'll be coming next year.
That software will be coming next year, folks, if you can't hear what No problem. I think I of course plan to support this. I just, my one concern was the comment that says one of the reasonings behind it was a need to implement a new software soon. I hope we can get to the point where we're not needing to implement a new software soon and can have a longer, thoughtful process about software selection, but I understand. Yes, that would be great.
Mayor Council, or Mayor Condrey and Council, the reason we're doing this as an emergency is it's a long process. The software we're currently using was purchased in the 80s. It was here when I started in 95 and we're still using it today. It can probably be maintained by a couple people. I'm one of them, and something could happen to me. We cannot leave the city without anybody supporting finance. So the goal would be to use software that we know and trust. We purchased payroll in 2011. We had a little rocky start, but after that, it has worked really well. They're a local vendor. This will aid in our transparency. I cannot modify our finance systems to work with OpenGov and this and that and to be able to do transparency. This works out of the box. It's fully supported. Not only is it the finance, so this retools everything in the city. AR, AP, we're talking everything that we do is going to be touched by this. So new requisition processes, a lot of work, a lot of data conversion and ancient data that we have to make sure balances, because since this is financial, we will be heavily audited by the state and our audits. So the vendor has to convert, I have to do the conversion, they have to balance each year when they bring it in, because the auditors will check that. Knowing that we have to do all the auditing, all the data conversion, all the installation, server setup, plus staff training and everything else, we really wanted to do that by 2022. That way this year was the last year we closed under our character-based application that we've used in the past. It's a real problem for budgeting. There's just no modern tools at all. There's no graphs, no charts. It's all character-based. You print out to a text file, you have to import into Excel. So that's kind of the way that we've been operating. It's worked, but as we have a lot of staff turnover, those older things don't work well with new employees who may make mistakes. Whatever, the software is very forgiving. It'll let you make any mistake you want and just carry it forward. So this does a lot better error checking as we have new employees coming through the system. It'll be easier to teach them and get going. But that was the reason for his emergency. It's a long process. We wanted to have it fully implemented this year. That way, 2023, we're on this new system and balancing and moving forward. So.
Is there anything that our citizens will see software-wise, or is it all staff interacting with it?
I think at this point, it's going to be staff interaction. What they will see is by moving forward, that will allow us to hook into the Ohio checkbook and things like, we were on OpenGov but didn't get the hits, but Ohio checkbook is a free service offered by the state. So instead of going back to OpenGov, we said we would do the Ohio checkbook, but it's proven to be much more difficult to convert the data in the system we have. Then it's just buy a new one, because no matter what we do, it's not a new system. So this
Ohio checkbook is like financial transparency.
correct.
Correct?
It's an online checkbook that citizens can go to and actually see our books. It's not a budgeting piece. It's actual numbers and that we upload to them. I don't know the schedule, so, but that's one good thing that the citizens will see. The other thing they'll see is maybe a little better interaction with utility billing. Utility billing is the same software purchased in the 80s. We're buying this as part of a package, so now utility billing will be able to interact through finance. Just have one application where all the data is flowing back and forth, and hopefully less errors, less questions, and make for better service.
But it won't affect the user interface for, say, paying your utility bill?
No, that's all. Invoice Cloud is where we move to. Invoice Cloud will work with the new system as well, so that doesn't change for anyone. Probably the only thing we'll have to work through would be the viewing of consumption data. That is something that we've written internally, so if we want to allow the citizens to come in, log in, and view their consumption, that would be something we would have to look at for utility, to make sure either modify what we currently have to look at the new data sets, or create something new, or stop that. I would rather modify it and keep it going, to be honest, than I would be to.
I know I've looked at it in the past for my business, so I don't.
Some people are really into watching their monitoring their water usage, so I'd take that away because of a new system upgrades. No matter what, that would be the one thing that we'd have to make sure we retool with the new software. Okay. Question? All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Skank, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muterspaw?
Yes.
Great. So item number 2 is resolution number R 2022-11, a resolution declaring the necessity of repairing certain sidewalks and driveway aprons in the city of Middletown, requiring that abutting property owners repair the same and declaring an emergency.
So move for adoption.
Second.
Chief, did you want to add anything on this?
This is just pass a resolution of necessity to repair the defective sidewalks, driveways, and aprons passed on to the homeowner, who can have the repairs done themselves to code or have the city contracted workers do so.
I did see online this past week, someone was inquiring of who they would need to contact if they wanted to change their driveway apron, as opposed to having it improved and then having to go back and widen the apron. So I just wanted to address that here and say that they can contact, I'm not sure who.
Public Works?
Public Works. They can contact.
Public Works, and they could probably give them the code.
I'm pretty sure I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just for the record, and so that anybody else who's interested or has ever been curious about that knows the answer, so.
Make sure you contact Public Works so you get the proper code. Now it's done properly, so you don't have to redo it.
And this is a second reading emergency, correct?
Yes.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Ms. Gank, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Item number 3 is ordinance number O 2022-34, an ordinance establishing a procedure for and authorizing an amendment to a professional services contract with Brown and Caldwell for owners advisor services related to the downtown CSO storage basin project, and this is a second reading.
So move for adoption.
Second?
I don't have anything to add. We discussed this last time.
Any questions or comments from council? Okay, Ms. Gank, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Item number 4 is ordinance number O 2022-35, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into a grant agreement with Community Building Institute of Middletown for leadership programming, and this is a second reading.
So moved for adoption?
Second.
I don't have anything to add. This is for the Sunny Hill Leadership and Youth Program.
And this is the remaining CDBG funds that we had for CARES.
To accept the $22,000, yes.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Ms. Gank, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Item number 5 is ordinance number O 2022-36, an ordinance establishing a procedure for and authorizing a contract between the city and Duke Energy Ohio Incorporated for the sale of city-owned property. This is a second reading.
So moved for adoption?
Second.
Nothing really to add other than all the homeowners in the area were contacted and nobody had any objections. This is for Duke to take over the city-owned property.
I'm grateful. I know that that wasn't necessarily a requirement. I think it was good faith on the city's part, and I like that, and that feels good. I'm grateful, so thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Ms. Gank, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Item number 6 is ordinance number O 2022-37, an ordinance amending section 1226.02, the common review requirements, and section 1226.04, the plan development district review of the Middletown codified ordinances. This is a second reading.
So moved for adoption?
Second.
Nothing to add. This was council's wish of having the requirement for a year period, waiting till you could resubmit an application.
I noticed the Exhibit A and Exhibit B, it has table errors and section reference errors. Is that intentionally left in there, or is that something that we just didn't realize got adjusted?
I'm not sure.
Page 12, I see here.
Which section are you referring to?
I see it again.
Exhibit A and Exhibit B. So 1226.02 Exhibit A, and then 1226.04 in Exhibit B. Do you see them there?
I see several of them where it says section blank error reference source not found.
Yeah.
Is that what you're?
I'm not sure if that's I guess that's, the ordinance doesn't include that text, so I'm guessing
I'm
it's
speaking
okay.
out of turn because I don't know, but my guess is it will be referenced when it's actually uploaded to the online system. It will be like a hyperlink to that, and
Yeah.
right now, we don't have that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so.
So we
but,
won't
like,
upload
from
into
an
the code that it says
administrative
error.
Perspective, it's okay that that's
Yeah.
what's in the packet
I see.
listed that way, right? I guess from the legal perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Any comments or questions on this? Okay, Ms. Gink, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Item number 7 is resolution number R 2022-12, a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Department of Transportation, United States of America, for a grant under the Federal Transit Administration Act of 1991 as amended. This is a second reading.
So move for adoption.
Second.
Nothing to add. This is for the federal grant for the transit system.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Gink, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Item number 8, resolution number R 2022-13, a resolution authorizing the filing of applications for calendar year 2023 with the Ohio Department of Transportation for grants under the Ohio Public Transportation Grant Program. This is a second reading.
So moved for adoption.
Second.
This is for the state part of the transit grant.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Gink, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Item number 9, resolution number R 2022-14, a resolution approving and adopting the 2022 Middletown Comprehensive Plan. This is a second reading.
So moved for adoption.
Chief, did you
I
want to?
don't have anything to add other than the updates that council asked for at the last meeting have been added.
Is it possible for staff to just state what has been changed since the version was updated yesterday, so we're all aware? And then my other question would be, I don't see any more of the, what's the term for the chart that was on there? The implementation guide. Is it still part of the document or not?
It's a separate, it's always been listed separate on the city's website, the comprehensive plan.
Oh, right, it was.
And then the
It was
implementation
before,
guide was separate. So unfortunately, I will apologize for that error. What I sent you in the update was just the comprehensive plan that got updated. There were no changes to the implementation guide, and so I didn't forward the same copy that you had received last time, and I apologize.
No problem. I just want to make sure we all know exactly what's.
Yeah, the changes that were made were the changes that were requested by City Council at the last meeting, a change to the definition of the mixed-use residential that has been referenced so often to include language that specifies that the city is primarily interested in single-family detached residential over attached residential in those districts. The other change that was made was to the undeveloped East End special interest area to limit residential in that district to favor employment opportunities and to specify the sloped areas towards the south and east that are not going to be preferable for large industrial or office uses to use those more for any residential that we are looking at in that area. I would like to address the issue of the removal of the pages. I think what has happened at Planning Commission's recommendation, we did remove several pages of concept plans that they did not want to see for the school sites and some of the other special interest areas in town. And I think what might have happened during this final polish update to bring you the copy that you're looking at right now is we pulled the concept pages out. And so as the final update, the comprehensive plan consultants went in and then renumbered the pages because we just pulled the text out of the living document. So what you're seeing there with that number decreases the pages missing where we took the concept plans out.
Maybe that explains the page that was intentionally left.
And there were a couple of pages that were, yeah, there are a couple of pages that are intentionally left blank.
I did want to thank you for addressing those two items.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that, and I know this has been a very long, comprehensive plan.
It has been a very long process. We're very excited to be here tonight for the vote.
So thanks to your team, the public that participated. I mean, it's going on multiple years, many years. So
Absolutely.
Thanks to everybody involved.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
Can you just address the Lincoln and Roosevelt comments from Ms.
I can. There has always been a lot of conversation around these sites. I can tell you in the conversations that I've been a part of, attached residential has always been an option for these sites. The Lincoln School site in particular is actually zoned R4. It is zoned for attached residential as it sits. The Roosevelt School site is R3. However, with them being large, undeveloped sites, you always run into the opportunity for the same kind of plan development that you saw here tonight, where you have a large acreage site that could be subdivided into smaller single-family homes. I do know there has been some interest by city staff in the past for attached residential, but the idea was always for market rate, high luxury, attached townhomes, condominiums, not apartments. And so we did remove the language that said multifamily and specified that we were looking at condominiums and townhomes, the kind of brownstone developments, not apartments.
That's interesting. So when you say multifamily, can you define that for me? Because I guess when I think multifamily, I even think brownstones and row homes, that they are multifamily. Are they considered multifamily?
I honestly think that we get to kind of set the definitions, especially in our development code. And I'm hearing a lot of I hear a lot of people say attached single family. So say streets like Mallard that are designed as it's a duplex, but it's on two individual parcels. They're owned by two different people. They just have a connecting wall. Depending on who you talk to, they would still call that multifamily because it's an attached residential situation, even though it's owner occupied, even though it is one family per parcel. So
Similar to what's at the top of Riverview, the woods and those
Exactly.
type of land.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think the owner occupied is probably the piece of that language that's the most important, whether it's multifamily or whether you're calling it single family or detached or attached, it's owner occupied.
And that's what city is looking for. That's what we have listed as condos and townhomes rather than apartments for those.
And what do we consider a condo vice a townhome? I just want to make sure, because I have my own definite, and I'm thinking maybe I have.
Well, and this is a design document, so it doesn't specify what those things have to be. That's going to be for the design professionals who come in and city staff and city council to approve developments that go on there. I honestly couldn't tell you a textbook definition difference between a townhome versus a condo as it would affect this plan.
In my brain, and maybe I guess it's good just for council to kind of have this discussion. So in my brain, I think of a condo as an owner-occupied apartment, if for lack of a better phrase. Like I used to own a condo in Washington, D.C. It was 560 square feet and no bedrooms. That's probably not what we're going to do here in Middletown. But to me, that was a condo. And I think of a townhome as you have your own entrance off of the street, as opposed to indoor entrance.
That's the thing, though, and you're right. I mean, but Deborah's going to have a different opinion than Ashley, for example. Everybody's going to have a difference of.
Well, and it will depend on what
wanna make sure
ultimately
we're talking
happens
about
with
the
the
same
site. You could have either of those options once the site is replatted with the design plan that comes forward. You could have ideas like condos, or you could have, in essence, attached single access off of the roadway.
I think they can be different. I might peek around to Brody or to one of our attorneys, because isn't it going to depend on how that association designs their bylaws? And how they create, you know, so what we might think of as condos might be condominiums or, you know, might be townhomes, just governed by their organizational documents. Am I wrong or?
Yeah, and as Deborah said, that's where the development code comes in and getting into these specific definitions of what's multifamily, what's single family, what's attached single family, which I think gets to the owner occupied building, regardless of what it may look like.
Well, and to your point, like in New York, for example, here people want condos versus apartments more often. Whereas in New York, an apartment is technically, New York City, for example, an apartment is higher end than a condo a lot of times. They're interchangeable in a way, so it is sort of left up to.
What is a condo then? What is a condo?
For a good example, like El Dorado Estates here in Middletown, Alameda, condos. They're connected. It's owner occupied. You can't rent them out. And for the owner has to live there, you're not allowed to rent them out. That's a condo, but they're connected. There's street parking, there's homeowner association with it, there's separate rules. If you go to Heritage Green and Monroe, a little bit different rules, but they're separate, they're not necessarily connected, and it's a condo. So it's really, like she said, she's right, it's in the eye of the person who defines it.
But it's also a townhome is a 2-story
Yes.
with an exterior entrance.
Which El Dorado Estates has those, for example.
Right, but it's also a condo.
Yes, it is.
So a townhome can be a condo, but
It's really on how you define it and who defines it.
Okay.
Hopefully that helps.
Is there any other questions?
Clear as mud.
You say, thank you for our presentation.
I actually feel though better about that because I had in my head it was very specific and it's not as specific as I
think a lot of people do that too because attached, they think apartments. And they think duplexes, but that's not necessarily what it is.
And the Lincoln School site, at least in particular, is zoned R4 right now. It could be replatted to parcels that were 70 feet wide and have single-family homes built on it. You could have a little bit wider lots, and you could have up to 4 attached units with the zoning as it stands. So I think that you have a lot more options with that without a rezone. But the Roosevelt School site is R4, and that calls specifically for single-family, unless it's developed as a planned development.
And I think all of that speaks to some of the conversations we were having earlier too about, you know, these particular sites being city-owned and the responsibility that we have as the city and as, you know, as the person with the site control to really bring in multiple developers and vet that and go through the whole process that an owner would because we own the land. So where I think
It's our responsibility to best and highest use.
Sure. But I think that that was, if I'm speaking to some of the concerns of the residents earlier, you know, those are the things that we can address when we develop our own properties, or select a developer to develop those properties, is to say, hey, this is what we really want for this property, and get that input from the citizens on those particular sites and have that feedback process and have that start early too. I mean, we've got this comprehensive plan now, and I think that with this, we can start to have those conversations with the residents, and treat those sites with the due diligence that we have to. So I think that that's important to note.
I agree.
My last follow-up was just about appendices with data like census and demographics and housing and employment and stuff like that. And we had talked about possibly having that as an appendix added every couple of years and keeping it updated. Is that an option?
I believe so. What Director Combs and I had talked about and wanted to bring before you today is they are right. The last housing study was done in 2016. The development of this plan began not long after that. And so we're in 2022 seeing it come to fruition. And we're in a completely different world and a completely different market than we were in 2016 when that housing study was completed. Ashley and I have already had conversations, and we would be happy to commission a new housing study with updated market information and demographics for what we need moving forward in a post-COVID world, rather than where we might have been 6 years ago.
I would see that.
So we would be more than happy to commission that update and bring an update to the comprehensive plan with that new data to you once it's been completed.
That's awesome.
I would support that. I think it would be very useful in our decision-making processes.
Fantastic. We'll be happy to do it. All right. Thank you so much.
And I'm grateful to all the citizens who really dug into this and tried with their best intent to help city staff, and I think it did result in some good changes, so grateful for their force multiplication of this. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Ms. Gay, if you please call the roll.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Great. Item number 10 is ordinance number O 2022-38, an ordinance establishing a procedure for and authorizing an amendment to a contract with Grid One Solutions to assist the Water Maintenance Division with MTU installation and declaring an emergency.
So moved for adoption.
Second.
This is to extend Grid One Solutions contract, which is expiring soon, to assist and supplement our public works personnel in putting on the meter transmission units on the water meters. Their assistance is needed simply due to we don't have all the number of staff to get all of them done that we need to get done. And this is actually putting on the device that sends the signal, the information to record their usage. They're not the actual meteors themselves. That's coming later.
My only comment was I would just look at the Exhibit A, the pricing. You don't have to do it at this moment. I don't think it affects the passage of the legislation, but it says on the exhibit, the pricing does not consider the use of labor for installation services, and it sounds like me the whole purpose was specifically for labor. I'm not saying we have to look at it before we do anything with legislation, but before you sign or send that, you may just want to make sure the verbiage is right.
Do you have?
We don't need to, I just want to flag it for you. They definitely are providing the labor. Yeah, it looked weird. I would just maybe strike it before we sign it, because that was weird, but yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Gay, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Item 11, ordinance number O 2022-40, an ordinance establishing a procedure for and authorizing a contract with Vickers Demolition for emergency demolition of 2218 Central Avenue and declaring an emergency.
So moved for adoption.
Second.
Council, this is truly an emergency situation. We have a situation at this address, 2218 Central, where it's created an imminent danger of this structure falling, collapsing down, and especially out into the street and onto the house next door. We've had to evacuate the family that lives next door, and due to the fact that I'm surprised it hasn't fallen over yet. So due to the fact that it's an imminent danger and a public safety issue, I'm requesting to get it torn down, hopefully as soon as tomorrow or. Oh.
Good work.
Good work.
Good news.
So
Yeah,
what's
it
that?
looks about 75% down.
75% down? And nobody tells me. What the
Does
heck?
that mean we don't need an emergency and not to bid this out? I'm not trying to be stickler, but I thought the point of the emergency was we had imminent danger, and if it's maybe mitigated,
Yeah.
we may be able to
I wasn't
get
aware
the
they
demo out.
got it down so fast.
Yeah.
I actually told them to get it down last week, but
And that's when we got it down.
okay.
I apologize for the lateness of this coming to you. This was the first city council meeting that we were able to bring the matter to your attention. The wall at 2218 Central Avenue was in danger of falling onto the property next door at 2226. A structural engineer did tell us that there was a very real possibility that when the wall collapsed, it would collapse the exterior wall at the 26 unit and cause the roof to collapse on that occupied structure. So we met with Chief Lawley, and he did agree with the chief building official and the structural engineer that it was an imminent danger to the public. And so we did get Vickers Demolition to come out and start immediate work to mitigate that danger to the public and to the people next door. Unfortunately, in the timeline, this was the soonest that we could get it before you. So what we do need is the emergency approval in order to pay Vickers. for the work that they have done on an emergency basis for the city.
Okay, thank you.
And this will include the conclusion of the demolition?
Yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, due to the dangerous nature of the building and it being structurally unsound, they were not able to go in and do the normal kind of inspections that they would for asbestos. And so they are having to treat it all as if it were asbestos, which is why the cost is a little bit higher than a normal demolition like this would be. But unfortunately, there was no way to put the project on hold or to access the site to do the necessary inspections.
So my question isn't about the demo. You know, I read the article and understand, and the staff report about how we own the property, but how did it just get assigned over to us?
It was quitclaim deed.
Do we have to
Quitclaim deeded
That's
to.
part of that quitclaim deed?
We do not in the state of Ohio. You can quitclaim deed a property to someone else without their permission or signature. All right, thank you.
And I know I spoke with Chief about we've had quite a few, I feel like, demolitions that have come emergency to council, and Vickers seems to keep getting the bid, and how that, I understand we've worked with them and that's why, but perhaps we may be able to put something together or look into a contract for a quick reaction demolition company that maybe is a little more, like we've bid the contract out to do that, so it's a little more transparent.
We'll look at that, yeah.
Yeah, I just thought
Talk
I'd
to Larry
mention
in the
it.
morning.
So, great. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Ms. Skank, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Condrey?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nenny?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muederspaw?
Yes. Great. Item number 12, resolution number R 2022-15, a resolution to make adjustments to appropriations for current expenses and other expenditures of the City of Middletown, Counties of Butler and Warren, State of Ohio, for the period ending December 31st, 2022, and declaring an emergency. This is from the Water Fund, but there is no action requested until May 3.
Chief?
This is just to purchase additional water meters.
Do we
As you
know-
can see, it's
I just
like,
had somebody ask me this last week. Do these meters allow homeowners, like, does it assist them in any way in determining potential leaks, like with sensors? Do they have access to data that might tell them, like, identifying high water flow during normally dormant periods of time? Is that an option? I just know because a bunch of the new meters do, based on the Smart Cities conference I went to. I don't know if these are those.
Our MTUs actually do that, the earlier piece that we talked about, the meter transmission unit. So we monitor people's water usage and alert them to like unusual things that would sort of indicate that they have a water meter leak. So, I mean, one of the reasons that we're asking for additional funds for water meters is we're actually finding a lot of leaking water meters when we're going out and replacing the MTUs. So we're fixing a lot of that.
Cool. So if someone thinks they may have a water leak, would they contact the city to get the data, or would the city, I don't know, is there a way for someone to, because, I mean, what I'm saying is they think they have a water leak and that they can't tell it physically, but through perhaps data they could.
Oh yeah. The water billing department would be able to pull up their usage and sort of like the trend analysis of, okay, now you're suddenly using a lot more water. If your habits haven't changed, then maybe that indicates there's a leak. So, yeah.
Thank you. I think that's what you were
I
talking
thought I had that question once, and I just forgot that I filled my pool, so.
Big leak.
Yeah, big leak.
Item number 13, resolution number R 2022-16, a resolution to make adjustments to appropriations for current expenses and other expenditures of the City of Middletown, Counties of Butler and Warren, State of Ohio, for the period ending December 31, 2022, and declaring an emergency. This is the Water and General Fund, and there's no action requested until May 3.
so this is to transfer money from the water fund to the fire department to have firefighters go out on their days off to test fire hydrants. The history of this is we have not been able to test the fire hydrants in the city consistently over the last several years. This has been due to reduction in staff in both the fire department and in public works. And therefore, we've gone several years with not testing a large number of our hydrants. We've tried different ways to get our crews out to do it, but due to reduction in staff and increase in volume of calls, it's been impossible for us to do it while on duty. And we don't have all that large of a time frame to do it. We have from like 9 a.m. to about 2:30ish, because a lot of times what happens is a hydrant will break and then we have to call the water department out quick to fix it. And if it's after those hours, it gets into overtime for them. Some cities do exactly what we're going to do here is we have firefighters go out on their days off and test hydrants. We're just going to do this this year. By national standards, you should flow fire hydrants at least twice a year, and you should test them at least once every 5 years. So what we're going to do is flow them this year in the summer here, in the summer months, and then we'll also test 1/5 of them. So we get on a 5-year cycle to test them once every 5 years. This is also, those numbers, testing numbers, are needed for development purposes. When you go in and do developments in areas, they have to know water flows, et cetera, pressures, et cetera. This is our way to get it done this year. We are going to look at the future, where we're going to get into a program, maybe hiring college-age kids, train them to go out and test or flow the hydrants on an annual basis. But we really needed to do something because it's, for example, we had a fire last week. They hit the hydrant during the fire operations. The 2.5-inch steamer cap blew off the hydrant and they lost water. So, that it's a problem. It's a problem. We can't have that happen.
I think deferred maintenance in those sort of ways is something that we've struggled against for a long time, and it just has to do with the inability to fund those types of projects. So I appreciate your creativity in trying to find a solution to this.
Yeah. Prior to 2014, when we had 22 guys on duty a day and half the run volume, we could get out and test them all in May and June. And now with, in 2014, we went down to 13 people on duty a day. It was impossible to do that. It was impossible to do inspections. It was all we could do to keep up with the run numbers. Our staffing levels are back up some now to 19, but our run volume is more than doubled. So.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Great. Item number 14, resolution number R 2022-17, a resolution to make adjustments to appropriations for current expenses and other expenditures of the city of Middletown, counties of Butler and Warren, state of Ohio, for the period ending December 31, 2022, and declaring an emergency. This is related to the Airport Improvement Fund, and again, there's no action requested until May 3.
This is the situation where we're cleaning up a clerical error or an administrative error where $50,000 was left out of the PO in 2017, and this is to clear that up and get the organization paid. It's the money is there in the fund, it just wasn't paid out.
All right, and then our last item tonight, number 15, is ordinance number O 2022-41, an ordinance approving a zoning map amendment rezoning 2 parcels located at 105 McKnight Drive and 3000 McGee Avenue from public and institutional PI district to planned development PD district, and approving a preliminary development plan for the subject property. This is a first reading.
Chief, can you go over all those details again? I'm just kidding.
I'm out.
Do you have anything to add or?
Nothing.
Anyone else on council? I know we didn't specifically comment about that after the public hearing. Is there anything anyone wants to cover at this time? I thought I could go through real quick the action items that I pulled out of that, just so we're all on the same page. someone is going to send a higher resolution image of the plan. There was a question to Public Works about the potential to have no parking along Sherman and Florence. Also, comps for high-density R4 in other communities, and what the restrictions are, or qualifications for that. I'd also like to see a copy of the traffic study that was completed. I know somebody offered that at some point. I think the developer has that. If that could be sent to council, that would be lovely. And then if there's any ability to address the toxic concerns, I know the EPA provided that document. If staff has any questions about that document's validity, I guess I would like to know that. Otherwise, I'm of the opinion that whatever staff says, if that's legal or legally appropriate, then that's the official statement. I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay. Let me make sure I also just want to address, I did a quick Google Earth measurements on Orchard and Euclid, the neighboring streets, and it looks like Euclid is 30 feet in width and Orchard is 35. What were we saying that this
I think the proposal is 28.
28. So
both of those allow both sides as well.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
I think both of those streets allow parking on both sides.
Both of
Orchard and
that's not an official number. I did a Google Earth measurement and during the meeting. I just wanted to give a little.
Deborah, the developer representative said that it was city staff's recommendation for 28-foot streets. Is that correct?
I thought they just said that was that's the minimum standard.
He said something. Okay, he said something of that sort.
Okay, Mr. Tadders just said it meets standards, but it wasn't staff's recommendation.
I don't think staff made a recommendation to them on the necessary street, on what they thought that the street width should be, was my understanding.
My other questions were, Mr. Kohler had brought up a few points that I had not thought about, like a grading plan submittal. Is that normal at this stage? Because there were some really good points about potential sloping driveways and side yards.
I was curious about that. Or is that part of the final plan development and the architecture review and all of that? And Scott, can you also speak to the order in which I think because Marty's brought that up a couple of times to us, that we're doing things out of order.
Yeah, I don't have all that memorized verbatim, the order, but typically we see a final grading plan with the final approval, and we review it for stormwater drainage, the stormwater management aspects of the plan. I can't speak off the top of my head about the specific order, what's specifically required in the preliminary. Yeah, I mean, we look at all the details once the
Extreme grading on something like that, to me, plays into whether I would even want to go forward with a development like this because of the high density and the potential for extreme grading. I think that negatively impacts, to me, the interest in the homes. I think the value of the homes can go down with a massive slope side yard that you can't even walk through from one house to another. So in this particular case, I would like to see the grading earlier on, just because I think it has potential to be dramatic.
I guess for me, I'm not an engineer, so the engineering of the site development doesn't necessarily, that's not necessarily whether or not this should be a planned development or not. I mean, yeah, it'll play into how how that planned development gets ultimately designed, but the question is, should this be a planned development district?
With 50 houses.
Right.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at. With the with 50 houses is what has the potential to create extreme grading from one house to the next in order to make each plot level. I'm seeing some confusion from.
I guess if it comes back that that's not a factor and that all of those have been taken into consideration, I mean, I don't. Is that something that they would do before it was accepted as a planned development, right? So this is the go, no go, yes, we want this planned development, or no, we don't want it. I think that would probably be something that would green light them to spend that next amount of their money on getting all of those. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know the cycle of that. I guess that would be a question for the developer who's not here.
It's gonna have grading to it anyways, and I guess another thing is these builders nowadays, they used to get rid of dirt, and now they don't. They sort of stack the dirt. I know this is not gonna make sense, but all houses are graded in a weird way compared to the way they used to be because they don't want to pay to get rid of the dirt. So builders have become masters, and I'm not sticking up for the plan anyway by saying this, but they know how to figure it out to make, generally I would think, make it work because it's something that they do now more than they used to. Great answer, I know, but.
I think too about the homes on Orchard too, and those are all built, I mean, basically from Orchard all the way up the hill. All of those homes are built on slopes, on grades. I mean,
Yeah, and I mean, in my opinion, I would rather, in that, like, a slope driveway like this is going to mean, one, people aren't going to park on it, again, right? And then it plays into, for sure, the density of a neighborhood, the ability to...
There's definitely maximum slopes you can have a driveway at.
Right, but, I mean, I'm just saying, to me, I think because of that plot of land, that this is actually, I thought he brought up a great point. I did not think about the grading plan, and if that is something that is even available yet.
If I may, Madam Mayor, typically those would not be involved, and I don't think they're required in the initial application. Deborah may be able to speak to that a little bit better, but typically here we're just trying to consider what does the plan, big picture, 30,000 foot, here's the parcels, what they look like. And then once there's approval, for example, then you would spend the money, right, to go through and do these very specific, detailed plans. I completely understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's at least required on the face of the application, and I don't think typically would be required in the preliminary determination on the zoning decision. So,
I think you make an interesting point, Monica, that like orchards like that, and you have a lot of the sort of dugout basements, for lack of a better term. They dig out the garage, so it's half basement, half garage. So I think they're going to have to be creative with the way you'll see one side of every house exposed a little bit more of the basement than the other one, and you'll probably walk out lots, and the driveways may not always be 100% level. They'll have to be sloped off a little bit sometimes, my thought, but I would think there would be a way to overcome it personally.
Did you want to talk about the process? Is that what you...
Just very briefly, at least Planning Commission's approval of any plan development that comes through comes with a condition that it meet the engineering manual for grade and design, stormwater management, all of that. Everything has to be approved by engineering before the first shovel of dirt is turned on the site. I did want to mention just very quickly for everybody's information, there's been a lot of questions about the process for the Architectural Review Board. Staff has gone over it several times. We worked in concert with the law department. We are in fact following the process properly for Architectural Review Board review. There are generally two things that trigger architectural review in the Middletown Development Code. One is the submission of official elevations, not concept elevations for what homes this developer has built in other municipalities or concept ideas for what they may build here. Actual elevations that are submitted or plats that come before Public Works and then City Council to be approved. When those are submitted, then that's when it kicks in that architectural review requirement. Planning Commission, as a part of their recommendation for approval to this board, wants that Architectural Review Board approval to be completed before they give a final approval for the plan development. So they'll be getting that architectural review faster than they normally would according to the process, because they're not required to do it until after their final development plan has been approved by Planning Commission when they submit those official elevations and plat.
And Deborah, to Marty's point about, I think he brought up interior materials and standards.
That's going to be the Ohio Building Code for what is built inside the home itself. That is looked at by our building department and our residential building
I
inspector.
see floor plans, but not necessarily.
And planning and zoning, we don't see floor plans. We just see the exterior placement of doors, windows, roof pitch, building materials, landscaping, that sort of thing. But even floor plans, if they're submitted with a plan, it's literally just more information for you to see the project that they're planning. We don't approve interior floor plans, just the square footage and then the exterior.
Thank you for that clarification. I know we've seen floor plans at ARB before, but that's just above
It's
and
just
beyond.
information gathering. It's just they want you to see the product that you're approving.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've been a wealth of knowledge this evening. I'm grateful. Any other comments? Okay, thanks. We have one more, don't we? Or is that
That
it?
concludes our legislation for this evening.
Wow, great. Any new business items?
I do have one. I know we've been here a while now. I want to bring up the Butler Metro letter that I brought up 2 weeks ago. I know I asked staff to look into it. My opinion, I'd like to hear what you all have to say. I think we need to send a letter with our comments or concerns. Yeah. Does anybody else feel the same way?
Yes. And I know the deadline is looming, so I don't know if that's something we can each do as individuals. Perhaps it would be better done that way at this point, because
I will say that and I don't want to, I know there may be some discussion on this, but we certainly can put together a letter that individual members of council might sign. We've done this with other municipalities that we represent and can turn that around. The deadline we think is tomorrow, but we can turn that around tonight or tomorrow morning and circulate it, no problem, if that's what you all choose to do.
I did speak with them, expressed my concerns about the lack of exterior improvements, and I knew they had spoken with you as well, Cal, and they even expressed that they are even tighter on the budget on the interior improvements than they originally were, so it was for sure out of the question to do anything to the exterior. When I spoke with them, I said, well, is there an ability to at least look at quotes with whoever's doing this? I guess some of them are having to do with the balconies to a minimal extent, but not much more than that.
I mean, if there's $11 million in work that is needed just on the interior, why are they not being torn down?
Yeah.
It's a housing model that's not being used anymore. I have a hard time seeing someone put money and investment into something that is an outdated model.
I think the cost to replace it is probably so high that there's no way they could ever do that or create that many units anywhere. I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you. I would say yes, a letter to say if there's any ability to completely get rid of them and do something different, that would be definitely option one. But option two, those exteriors are, I mean, I recently had a community stakeholder who moved here say, I came to Middletown and looked at those buildings and say, is that the projects? And only to find out that they were indeed the projects, and that's not how it should be. It should be integrated with the community so that it's not that, and the people living it don't feel also that like they're living in the projects. I mean, it's both ways, and I think it's inhibiting, I think it inhibits economic growth. They're the two tallest buildings in our city, I believe.
Outside of AK Steel and CG&E building, or Cincinnati State, showing my age there, whatnot.
Brody, do you think you guys, based on some work you've done in other places, maybe you could draft up a letter that we could look at signing? Yeah. Is that the will of council?
Yeah,
don't
I
wanna speak on
definitely.
behalf of
We certainly can do that.
Just what do you want the letter to say?
Generic? I think we've used some models in the past. I know that I have not done that. Carly Sherman has, and I think is up to speed on all of, or perhaps some of these concerns, and we can turn around and draft. I already told her that she needs to be on call tonight and ready to go in the morning. So, we can certainly circulate that, solicit any feedback you have, and make sure it's out by close of business tomorrow.
Yeah, having a chance to take a look at it and
Sure.
provide any feedback that each of us has would be a good place to start.
Yeah, I'll probably just have you guys get directly in touch with Carly once she sends it out, so you guys can give her a call and we can make tweaks as needed.
Another thing that might need to go on that is we should have a person on the board. I guess Hamilton has,
I believe, we've been down there and met with them in the past.
I mean, if we had somebody on the board, we might have found out about this a lot sooner than we did.
Or at least have representation in the conversation.
Yeah. And
there,
then,
there is a Middletown attorney that's on the board, but I think it'd be really nice to have a staff member or a council member
Right.
that was there. And those have been asks that have been made in the past that we're just not there yet. So.
Can I suggest you all make a motion and direct staff to draft that letter just by motion in case anybody ever has a question later about whether it's council that wanted to take that action?
I'll make the motion to draft the letter.
Great.
Second.
Thanks, Austin.
Amy, would you call the roll for that one?
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Ms. Nitting?
Yes.
Mr. Moon?
Yes.
Mr. Muetersfall?
Yes.
Mayor Condrey?
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it very much. Any other new business?
For me, and I can send this list to staff if we all kind of agree, but there's 10 infill lots in the city that probably could go right now to RFP. 2309 Grand Ave, 713 Eaton Avenue, 2208 Erie Avenue, 215 North Sutphen Street, 1721 Sheffield Street, 3022 Titus Avenue, 3908 Van Nest Avenue, which there's 2 lots there, and one of them's a flag lot, so you probably could only really keep that at 1 lot, in my mind. But it's a decent-sized lot, which hopefully would bring up the value of that area. 2016 Carolina Street, 616 Wyckoff Street, and 1109 Hughes Street. I would think they all could go immediately for, to see if somebody would be willing to take them on, because in those areas, you're starting to see sales in the high 100s, and that's right where we need to be.
For clarification, those are all city-owned lots? Okay.
Correct. And that's
Yeah,
10.
You could send that list to us
Yeah,
and to
definitely.
staff, and maybe we can get some feedback from staff to see if there are if there's anything existing going on with those lots, and what the process would be to move forward with something like that. I know that, Deborah, you guys have been working hard on the side lots and trying to identify those properties, so it's,
Yeah, and I've talked to him a little bit, and I was like, I'll bring it up during new business so we could all have the conversation. But
sure.
from my perspective, and I'll send them all to you, but I don't see, there was another one which was on Bonita Drive, for example, but it has some type of utility going through it that wouldn't work. So I've checked them all, and I think they all should be good, but also,
those are all pretty stretched out around different neighborhoods
Yeah.
and could have an impact in that way as
yeah,
well.
every single neighborhood's, yeah. So.
Thank you, great. Anything else for new business? Okay, then we have a request to move to executive session under the authority of ORC 121.22G1 to consider the employment, dismissal, discipline, or compensation of a public employee, and under the authority of ORC 121.22G4, preparing for and reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment, and under the authority of ORC 121.22G8 to consider confidential information related to the marketing plan, specific business strategy, production techniques, trade secrets, or personal financial statements of an applicant for economic development assistance, provided that both of the following conditions apply. 1, the information is directly related to a request for economic development assistance that is to be provided or administered under any provision of Chapter 715, 725, 1724, or 1728, or sections 701.07, 3735.67 to 3735.70, 5709.40 to 5709.43, 5709.61 to 5709.69, 5709.73 to 5709.75, or 5709.77 to 5709.81 of the revised code, or that involves public infrastructure improvements or the extension of utility services that are directly related to an economic development project. And 2, a unanimous quorum of the public body determines by roll call vote that the executive session is necessary to protect the interests of the applicant or the possible investment or expenditure of public funds to be made in connection with the economic development project. Do we have a motion to move to executive session? Or, yes, to executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Game, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Nenny.
Yes.
Mr. Moon.
Yes.
Mr. Muterspaw.
Yes.
Mayor Condrey.
Yes.
Mr. Farrell.
Yes.
Okay, with that, we'll move to executive session. We'll come back in session just officially to close the meeting after that. And then our next public meeting will be Tuesday, May 3rd at 5:30 PM here in council chambers. Until then, blue skies over Middletown.